affects with virtually every other sector that we have in our economy. So it's not about being a sector priority. This is actually an economic imperative for us as a country. We must begin to fix our logistics corridor. The Nigerian competitiveness in terms of trade is strongly linked to the backbone of our logistics. Take it or leave it. Now, I'd like to share an experience. 4 years ago, I was a business executive up north. And we had availed a credit facility to one of the growing agro customers in the north there. A couple of billions. In dollar terms, that should be around $10 to $12 million today. The financials were good. Balance sheets, very good. The non-financials were good. There was no concern at all. After we had disbursed this facility, a couple of months down the line, this customer wanted to see me urgently. Well, as a business executive, after you have disbursed a couple of billions to a customer and he's frantic, he really wants to see you, you begin to lose sleep. And I did lose sleep. And I called the gentleman. I was like, is there a problem? I'm actually due to visit your state in 3 days' time. He said, no. I'm going to come see you tomorrow. And I reached out to the branch manager. I said, well, what's happening? What's wrong? He said, it's nothing. I said, when last did you speak to the promoter? He said he spoke to him just yesterday. I said, okay. Are you aware he's been trying to get across to me? He said, yes, he's been saying he just wants to speak to me alone. I said, all right. Well, the next day, the gentleman was in my office. After pleasantries, he wasted no time. He just went straight to the discussion. He said, Mr. Darlington, we want to thank you for the facility that you've availed our company. But we must tell you that we're having a couple of issues. Well, when you give out loan and you begin to hear issues, you want to, I said, please, can you just tell me what the problem is? Meanwhile, I had asked the BM, how much has he drawn? Say you are taking almost 65% of the money. In fact, there's a check waiting to take another additional 10% of the entire loan. But I could see the sincerity, and I'm going somewhere. And he told me, he said, Mr. Darlington, the logistics costs has doubled. That is thinning out their margins. That he's been unable to sleep. That as a matter of fact, if this issue is not addressed, that he's scared and worried that he might struggle to repay the loan. Well, I did think in my mind that how convenient, well, that was me thinking, how convenient for him to sit here and just tell me that if I don't support him in another venture of his, that he'll be unable to pay us. Well, but I saw something in him. I saw the sincerity. I saw the passion in his voice. And I asked him, I reached out to him. I said, please, how do we solve this problem? And then he told me that, okay, that he wanted a sheet of paper. And in a minute or two, he had actually gone through the business dynamics in terms of numbers. And I understood where the problem was. So you see, this wasn't an issue of demand. It's a business. He's running a business. It wasn't a supply problem. It was a logistics problem. He had no control over it. And he let it bear for me. Eventually, we had to discuss with him and find ways of, taking off some bottlenecks so that he can have some freedom and be able to run and turn over that facility properly. But that left a very deep experience with me, because up to this day, I used to think, what if I didn't accede to that request? What if we didn't support him? What would have happened? Now today, this customer in question is among the biggest agro dealers in the north. Today, he has expanded to East Africa. He's trying to get into Southern Africa, and he's doing so well. So the question now becomes, how did he get the issue resolved? Well, I guess we're going to have those conversations. Now, it's not all doom for the logistics sector. It's not all doom. Analysts project that this sector is going to grow by a CAGR of about 7%, which should see this particular sector hit, say, around $15 billion in the next 4 or 5 years, precisely by 2030, 2031. So the opportunity does exist. The opportunities does exist. So the question would then be, how do we begin to align policies with execution and layering them on capital? Well, at Sterling Bank, we're very humble, and we don't come out here to say, oh, we have all the answers. We do not. If we had all the answers, we'll just sit down and then write product papers and try to solve them in the best way that we can. But a cross-section of this room gives us the confidence that we're going to be solving some of those problems today. At least we're going to not just identify them, but begin to proffer solutions to some of those problems. Now, a little bit about Sterling. At Sterling Bank, we have, over the course of 5 years now, deployed a quarter of our balance sheet towards the hard sectors. We have a strategically focused hard sectors. For clarity, hard sector to Sterling represents 5 different sectors, which we believe holds the key to transforming the economy of our country. And of course, H stands for healthcare, the E is for education, A is for agriculture, R is renewable energy, and T, you guessed it, transport. So you see, transport has always been a conversation in our bank. But again, we don't have all the answers. And we're hoping strongly that the outcomes from the conversation, the various conversations we're going to have here today, at least will go a long way in suggesting some policy recommendations that would also help, a deeper level of ecosystem collaboration within the transport and logistics space. But we have some selfish intentions, and not selfish in terms of Sterling, but in terms of Nigeria as a whole. We believe that coming out of here, we can begin to put ourselves on the trajectory to making Nigeria the destination hub for logistics in Africa. So as we move into these conversations, I encourage you to not only identify the problems, but be bold enough to also tell us about the solutions that you believe can set us on that trajectory. I want to thank you so much for attending and coming in early, and I wish all of us a productive session ahead. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do better than that for Mr. Darlington Wankwo. He's done an amazing job setting the scene for the conversation, the challenges, the opportunities, and indeed what we should get out of the conversation today. So thank you so much for that, sir. Did you know that this event is streaming online? So there are a lot of reps from different companies here. Your teams don't have to miss out on the conversation. This event is streaming live on the Sterling Bank YouTube channel, so please feel free to share the link so that other people can benefit from the conversation as well. If you look behind your tags, you will find a QR code. If you, as in the modern term of today, you can scan it and you'll be able to see and follow the event agenda and the brochure. Let's keep it clean, let's keep it green, even though we're talking transportation. So as we move on into the next agenda item, when we were doing our introductions, there was a gentleman in the center who talked about if we get it right in Lagos State, then it means that we can do it right elsewhere. Lagos is usually at the forefront. And as we have set the scene for the conversation, we all have our minds focused on what we would like to achieve today. Our next agenda item is an opening remark from the Honorable Commissioner of Transportation for Lagos State, Mr. Oluwaseun Oshiemi. Please give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage. Let's make him feel welcome. Thank you so much. You're most welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to quickly say one or two things before I read out my speech. I'd like to speak on what Darlington said. He shared some mind-boggling numbers that actually gave time for reflection, talking about how important logistics is to the economy as a whole, talking about what percentage of business logistics do play. It doesn't stop just at goods and services. Even in the space of moving people from point A to point B. My Amazon wonderful MD of Lamata is here. We know what we battle every day as regards moving people when it comes to public transportation. And we all know even at that, for them, 75% of their cost is fueling, which means that when they have a cap on what they can charge, they have a challenge when there's a spike in the price. Another wonderful man is right here, Mr. Bode. He knows his experience on the waterways when it comes to moving people also with the ferry. Last thing I'd like to mention before my speech is to also thank Sterling Bank for the amazing idea of having a charging point in their branches. I think they deserve a round of applause for that. Distinguished guests, respected policymakers, investors, industry leaders, and stakeholders. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the year 2026 National Transport and Logistics Summit. Today, we gather at a pivotal moment where bold ideas, strategic investments, and forward-thinking policies must converge to drive real change. This summit provides a vital platform to shape the future of movement, trade, and connectivity in Nigeria, unlocking opportunities that will strengthen our economy, enhance regional integration, and improve the everyday lives of our people. This summit is more than a forum for discussion. It is a platform for action that can unlock economic growth, strengthen regional integration, and improve the quality of life for millions of Nigerians. Now is the moment to act with purpose and resolve. I call on policymakers to move swiftly from policy intent to policy execution, on investors to commit capital to transformative infrastructure and innovation, and on industry leaders to champion efficiency, sustainability, and accountability across the value chain. As a government, we must focus on regulatory reform because it is critical. We must simplify and harmonize customs, ports, and transport processes, eliminate duplication across agencies, and fully digitize documentation and clearance systems to improve transparency, reduce delays, and enhance ease of doing business. Government is committed to leveraging technology through electronic platforms, data sharing, and automation to improve efficiency and accountability across the value chain. Sustainability and resilience remain core reform priorities. These include promoting rail-based freight, cleaner fuels, energy-efficient fleets, and climate-resilient infrastructure that can withstand flooding and environmental shocks. At the same time, reform must deliver inclusive growth by developing skills, supporting local logistics enterprises, and creating decent jobs for Nigerians. The call to action before us is clear and urgent. We must move from policy to performance. The priority before us is not the absence of policy, but the urgency of implementation and enforcement. This means accelerating our rehabilitation and expansion of key transport corridors, our ports, rail lines, inland waterways, and highways, so goods move seamlessly from production centers to markets. It means simplifying and digitizing customs, port and regulatory processes to reduce delays, cut costs, and estimate inefficiencies that undermine competitiveness. It means investing in intermodal transport systems that connect roads, rail, and ports, and adopting modern logistic technologies such as real-time cargo tracking, data-driven planning, and automated documentation. We must also commit to sustainability and resilience. This includes promoting cleaner fuels, energy-efficient fleets, and rail-based freight to reduce emissions, as well as building climate-resilient infrastructure that can withstand flooding and other environmental risks. Equally important is people strengthening skills development, supporting local logistics enterprises, and creating decent jobs that sustain the sector over the long term. As we deliberate, let us move beyond dialogue to decisive action. I urge each participant here to commit to practical solutions, stronger partnerships, and innovative strategies that will collectively build a sustainable and efficient transport and logistics ecosystem in Nigeria. Let us leave this summit with tangible outcomes, clear policy commitments, bankable investment projects, defined timelines, and accountability for delivery. Nigeria cannot afford fragmented efforts or slow execution. If we act decisively today and together, we can build a sustainable and efficient transport and logistics ecosystem that positions Nigeria as a leading hub for trade and mobility in Africa. Finally, this summit be remembered not for the conversations we held, but for the concrete commitments we made and the measurable actions that followed. We must demand bold reforms, accelerated partnerships, and immediate implementation. Together, let us take decisive steps today to build a sustainable and efficient transport and logistics ecosystem that supports national development goals and positions Nigeria as a dominant hub for trade and mobility in Africa. Thank you so much for listening.
Another round of applause, please, for Mr. Oluwaseun Oshiyemi, the Honorable Commissioner of Transportation for Lagos State. An important message, if you were listening, from policy to performance and execution on a bed of innovation and sustainability. I think that was the most concise way that I could summarize the comments. So, there is always a part of an event that I'm particularly excited about. Like I said in my introduction, there's no way you come to an event like this and there isn't a keynote address. But what I can assure you for this particular keynote address is that you are in for a special treat. I have experienced our speaker before in another event like this, and I scribbled about 3 or 4 pages of paper. I was looking for space on my paper to write. That's how much I took away from his words that day, and I'm sure that today would be no different. Our keynote address today is titled Transport, Energy and Mobility as Engines of Nigeria's Next Growth Phase. And to deliver that address with a warm, loud round of applause, please join me in welcoming Professor Abiodun Adedipe. Let's keep clapping, let's keep clapping. It will be definitely worth our while.
A very good morning to you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And permit me to rest on the existing and already well-established protocol. And as our compere said, the title of my presentation is very clear and it's also on the screen. Transport, Energy, and Mobility as the engines of Nigeria's next growth phase. Now we go through what I describe as a general framework of this particular topic, but then tell stories of my personal involvement in this space in close to 30 years now, and what we need to do to change those stories. And it's quite interesting. But putting everything in context, let me start by thanking Sterling Bank for having me stand here this morning to speak to this audience, diverse and also very rich in terms of the sectors of the transport and logistics ecosystem that they represent. I will start with a statement credited to some research and seniors at McKinsey in an article that was published recently. It often requires more than 18 months to see results. And then they put a byline that goes this way. Growth requires creativity and risk-taking. I took note of the comment of one of my professional colleagues, I would say, from Bank of Industry, was made reference to risk. Then they also went on and said, as well as hard work and pragmatism to execute well. And our dear commissioner made that very clear, that execution is very important. Now, for me, I put it simply as, when it comes to growth and driving it effectively and efficiently, it's the same approach for a corporate entity as well as for a nation. But because of the context, I will take it more from the perspective of the nation. Now, logistics, we normally say, is critical to every economy, but I will start it this way. If you look at developing countries around the world today, there are 5 major deficits that you encounter when you analyze them. And each of these 5 deficits appears in varying degrees in Nigeria. And I've identified them to be food deficit, then energy deficit, there's also manufacturing deficit, then infrastructure deficit, and housing deficit. Clearly, our conversations today will cross 2 of them, energy and infrastructure. Now, the question before us today as summiteers is simply this. What is your own organization doing in either providing solutions that will bridge these gaps or helping your own customers or clients to bridge the gaps? In which case, it's either you are solving those problems directly or you are solving them indirectly through your own customers or clients. Now, coming to logistics, we describe it as an art and a science, just like we say of business strategy. But this time around, the art and science of movement of goods, of information, and resources from origin to a predetermined destination. Which means once logistics kicks in, it is to move one thing from a location to a predetermined destination, not just any. So it can be likened to the central nervous system in the human body. And I've done a lot of study on the human body, a remarkable organism. Now, as every one of us stands here this morning, you have within your body a network of about 60,000 miles of blood vessels. Just one human being. A network of 60,000 miles of blood vessels. And that is talking of arteries, veins, and capillaries. Now, all of these are networked in this one single body. But there is a pumping station, and that is your heart. All right? Now, we say that is your circulatory system. But there are so many other systems within the human body. The digestive system, the nervous system, the musculoskeletal system, which is why I can stand here and why you can also sit. Okay, and several others. All of these systems appear to be working independently, but they're all synchronized. And what is their essence? The essence is to protect this organism and make it to function effectively and also to function efficiently. So in which case, every part of the ecosystem is important. If there's a problem with one, then the entire system will break down. So logistics then to the economy is like the nervous system. A breakdown of, I call it meltdown of logistics, can simply mean that, one, there are no goods what you want to buy from retail stores. Another way to look at that, it can mean that raw materials don't even get to factories, or the finished goods produced in factories don't get out to the market. It can also mean that economic activities generally get stalled. Now, in illustrating this, I'll put it simply as logistics is central to contemporary economics by providing the vital link between production and consumption, facilitating both domestic and foreign trade. Now, when I started as an undergraduate learning economics in 1976, now one of my professors taught us that, look, all economic activities can be broken down into three. Whatever aspect of the economy you are involved with, you are either a part of production, or you are in consumption, or you are part of the link between them, which is trade. All right? So all economic activities therefore fall into those three crucibles. Now, the place of logistics then is that it forges that link between production and consumption, and therefore keeps the wheel of the economy turning. Now, the mobility of human capital and commodities is a critical driver of economic activities. Inclusive growth, and I have a reason for making inclusive growth bold. But if you look at the history of the Nigerian economy, take it as far back as when we got our political independence, 1960, you find that one thing this economy has done is that it has grown well. In some intervals, grown very strongly, but then oftentimes growing non-inclusively. In which case, we're growing at some point, creating more of dollar millionaires than creating jobs. So in which case, the point I'm making here is that logistics plays a vital role in making growth inclusive. And that means facilitating development that enhances the quality of life. Every time and anywhere that logistics or supply chains are disrupted, there follows a massive macroeconomic disruption. What I will say, I mean, put simply, as instability that affects every facet and fabric of society. And there's no better illustration at this very point in time than what is happening in Iran. Okay, the US-Israel war on Iran, as is described by the media, which I profiled in just 2 slides to illustrate the importance of logistics. Now, there's the Strait of Hormuz, all right, which is simply a strip of water only 21 nautical miles wide at its narrowest point, which you call a choke point. What does it represent? Through that choke point passes 20% of all the world's crude oil every single day. Through that strip of water passes 20% of the world's LNG every day. 30% of the world's fertilizer passes through that strip. Then, of course, if you want to put numbers, 20.9 million barrels of crude oil. That is roughly 20.9% of the crude oil we consume daily in the entire world. Okay? Now, talking about oil that is shipped through that strait. Number one, there are 5 countries that largely depend on that strait, that if they can't get out crude oil through that strait, the economy will be in serious trouble. Saudi Arabia is number 1. 37% of the crude oil for Saudi Arabia passes through that strait. For Iran, it is 11%, Iraq 23%, UAE 13%, Kuwait 10%. But then crude oil going to where? That's where Asia becomes vulnerable. And so you see Asia there, China is number 1. 38% of crude oil that gets to China passes through that strait. India 15%, South Korea 12%, Japan 11%. Now, it becomes even very bad when I look at dependency, that's vulnerability. Japan depends on energy imported to the extent of 90% of its requirement. And of course, South Korea, 70%. How about fertilizers? Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Bahrain together produce 15 million metric tons of fertilizer every year. And around 1/3 of that passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, what does this mean? It means if vessels can't pass through that strait, they have to turn back and come all the way through the Cape of Hope. That's the tip of the Africa. If you look at the African map, the tip of South Africa is what is called the Cape of Hope. So they have to go through that route in order to get fossil fuel to Europe. It will take them additional 15 to 20 days. That means also in terms of cost, $400,000 per day additional cost. Do the maths. That's between $6 and $8 million for a vessel, simply because it can't pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, what does this mean? When this war began, so that we can see how vital logistics is. When this war began, as at Saturday, the 14th of March, 18 vessels had been hit, either by Iranian missiles or drones. So they were grounded as at that point in time. Of course, 15 to 20 days of transit, I've already explained that. So let me now move on to the implications. Oil price jumped up. Of course, we see the figure for Nigeria's crude oil as of yesterday. In our other slide, I will show you later. So Nigeria's crude oil has been galloping. In fact, it's far above of Brent, the international benchmark. So you see what this means for those who consume it, all right? And we are on that side as well. We see that later. Of course, urea price jumped up. Wheat hit a near 2-year high. In fact, as we speak, the price of wheat is at the same level that we had when Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022. Now, take all of this together. What they show clearly is that once logistics is disrupted, it affects everybody. And a simple illustration is what happened to us in February 2022. I wanted to have breakfast, and I was told that the bread that I will eat for breakfast is now more expensive. And I said, why? They said, well, because of the war taking place in Europe. And I was like, war in Europe? Cost of my breakfast bread? What the connection? They said logistics. I said, how? Tell me. They said, well, Ukraine is systemic in the supply of grains to the entire global market. And that the disruption to the supply chains, the logistics of moving wheat from Ukraine to the world market has caused scarcity of wheat. And bread, of course, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is a derivative of wheat. So naturally, its price went up. I said, okay, fine. Let me even understand that more. How significant is Ukraine in the supply of grains to the global market? 24.1% of the grains we consume. So in which case, disruption of that caused the price escalation everywhere in the world. Then came September 2023. It was a ton of rice. Now, for those of you who complain in Nigeria, price of rice went up in Nigeria, you thought it was all here. It was a global phenomenon. And what led to it was a similar development. But this time around, a policy taken by a government that deliberately tanked the supply chains, that it disrupted logistics, the flow of rice to the global market. And that was by the Indian government. The Indian government in September 2023 said, we have experienced monsoon rains driven by climate change that have disrupted and destroyed many rice plantations. By then, India had overtaken China and become the most populated country in the world. Estimated population then was 1.428 billion people. China had 1.423 billion people at that time. So the Indian government said, we are putting a restriction on the export of non-basmati rice. So a similar occurrence to the direct logistic disruption that affected Ukraine also happened, but this time around for a different reason. Okay? I then went to check again. Why should this impact all of us this way? And I discovered that India accounted for 40.1% of the rice we eat in the entire world. So immediately that policy was announced, and rice could not move from India to the rest of us. The price of rice went up everywhere. Let's now come home. The Nigerian economy. Now, if you look at our economy, and I use the chart And that's the next two slides. I use the chart, yes, the next one. This chart illustrates how the Nigerian economy has been growing since January 2013 up until the end of December 2025. If you look at the trend line, it shows clearly that the economy has been growing. But we have not been growing it inclusively. That is, we are not creating enough jobs. Happily, in recent years, the growth rate of our economy is faster than the growth rate of our population, which is good on the one hand. But it's not growing fast enough to be able to create enough jobs to deal with poverty, whichever way you want to measure it. Now, the next slide shows that there are many activities taking place within the economy. That's what I use this chart to describe. When I developed this chart about 12 years ago, it was to prove a point that to our policymakers, they got it wrong interpreting the economy. Because everywhere you turn to, people will say the economy is not diversified. And I said, no, the economy is diversified. Because using the official data for National Bureau of Statistics, it showed that there are economic activities taking place in 43 areas. There are 43 activity areas. Now, aggregated into 19 that you see on this chart. So this represents the contribution by each of these 19 sectors to our GDP. I said, so the economy is diversified. What is not diversified is our foreign earnings, which is what I illustrated on this side of the chart. Now, real GDP, fourth quarter of 2025, was at 4.07% real GDP growth rate, compared to 3.84% fourth quarter of 2024. Improvement. That's good. But where the real challenge is crude oil accounted for 55.72% of our foreign trade in 2025. That, of course, was good, down from 71.39% in 2024. But contribution to GDP, very tiny, less than 4%, 3.53% in 2025, up from 3.38% in 2024, which means oil still remains significant in trade. Now, when I started, the role of logistics in trade, okay, becomes very, very important. So now, let's go to the next slide. And that is what our economy looked like yesterday. I call this my macroeconomic dashboard. This was the state of our economy as at the close of business yesterday. What was the exchange value of the naira? 1388.38 to the dollar. At the parallel market, 1410. I saw this morning that it dipped below 1400 as at this morning. Okay? But the difference between them, premium 1.56%, were within the maximum benchmark recommended by IMF, 5%. So we are doing well there. Now, if you come down and look at our external reserves, I will show you why I'm talking about all this. This external reserves is a 30-day moving average. As at 18th of March, this was 49.79 billion US dollars. If you take the liquid portion of that and divide by our monthly import bill for year 2025, you will get a cover of 12.54 months. Now, that 12.54 months compared to minimum required to have a stable exchange value of your currency is only 3 months, which means Nigeria has a cover of 4 times of the minimum required for a stable exchange value of the currency. Stock market also went above 200,000, points, the index, and then dropped slightly to 199 as of yesterday, which is good. A reflection of investor confidence in not only the economy, of course, the stock market. Now, why am I telling all this story? I'll bring it home now. Okay? I will not talk to the next 2 slides because what they give are just charts that show trends. But the message, the reason I put these ones here is to, communicate to us as professionals that we don't make decisions on spot data. We don't also get jittery because the spot data today is adverse. Rather, as business managers, we look at trends. That's the essence of these charts. Okay? Let's now move into real topic of today. That is how come that today, that disruption to logistics at the Strait of Hormuz, how has it affect different countries around the world? That is to now illustrate in tangible terms the importance of logistics. That disruption rendered many countries and their economies vulnerable, and it also indicated which economies were resilient. Now, if you look at Nigeria, as I just said, our foreign reserves are okay at 12.54 months cover of imports against required 3 months minimum. Now, if you go to our debt stock, the latest data available September 2025, $48.46 billion, vis-a-vis our reserves of $49.8 billion. And then we look at our debt service of $3.34 billion. That means compared to our external reserves, we represent 6.8%, and compared to our GDP, 1.17%. Now, we use this to measure a country's vulnerability or resilience when there are disruptions to logistics that affect trade. Now, if you look at South Africa, gross reserves at $81.06 billion, plenty. But external debt service, 22.56 billion naira due 2025. Look at Nigeria's own, $3.34 billion due in 2025. So when you compare to GDP, for South Africa, it was 5.3%. For Nigeria, 1.17%. So you can now see in terms of vulnerability and resilience to disruptions to logistics. Now, if you take Pakistan, you now begin to see problems. Pakistan has less than 3 months cover. Egypt has external debt due this year, $29 billion. That's quite huge compared to their GDP. India, Thailand, strong reserves, more than 7 months. Remember, Nigeria has over 12 months. But India is reckoned to be strong. Thailand reckoned to be strong. Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, of course, highly vulnerable. Now, let's bring it home. The next slide now speaks to what I describe as the strategic relevance of transport and energy to Nigeria's growth aspirations. What's our growth aspiration? We want to grow the economy to $1 trillion by year 2030. That's another 5 years. So now, what role will transport, logistics play in this process? The first thing I did was to say, let's look at our GDP data for end of 2025. Whichever way you want to measure it, whether in terms of current market price or current basic prices or 2019 constant prices or constant market prices, what was the position in 2025? So if we are to grow any of this to $1 trillion by 2030, what kind of growth rate do we require? Now, for current market prices, we need to grow the economy at 2.66%. For current basic, 2.72. For 2019 constant prices, 3.52. And for constant market prices at 3.46. What the outlook for this year? Our firm came up with an outlook of this economy will grow this year by 4.51%. World Bank, IMF, 4.4%. Of course, the government itself, in the budget for this year, 4.68%. Central Bank, for the first time this year, did economic outlook. They came with 4.49%. NSG, well represented here, came with 5.5%. So which means the outlook for the economy is to grow at a much faster rate than what is required to get us to 1 trillion in 5 years' time. Now, digging more into logistics, it gets more interesting. In my next slide, what I showed there are two things. What is the growth rate of transport and storage in our GDP over the last 7 years? Or let me say 8 years, from 2018 to 2025, that's 8 years. How did it grow? And then, what was the contribution to GDP? Now, if you look at the growth rate, it dampened in 2020, obviously, as mentioned by a compare earlier on. 2020 was the year of COVID, okay? And of course, supply chain disruptions that affected not only, the transport and storage sector, but even the economy itself also contracted. Then, of course, in 2023, because some may wonder, why did it turn negative in growth rate in 2023? That was the year of massive policy shifts. But there's a slide I have on that summarizes policy shifts. There are over 30 between May 2023 and today. But I have a slide that captures them. All those policy shifts also meant the sector needed to now respond to that. So, and of course, that brought it down. But if you look at 24 and 25, growth rate again ticked up. All right? Now, let's go into the nitty-gritty. The importance of logistics. I call it the economic importance of logistics. Among the generally acknowledged relevance and importance of logistics are the following. Identify just 6 of them. Number 1, that's my next slide. It enables trade. That means both ends of the economic continuum. When I say economic continuum, I mean production and consumption. Both ends will tank without the vital connection that logistics avails. Secondly, logistics drives GDP growth and job creation in 2 ways. Directly, because they are a bundle of economic activities on their own. Then indirectly, because they facilitate all other economic activities. So very, very important. Number 3, they create value through utility. In fact, there are 3 ways you can look at that, but I made it here very simple. It is so because in a highly interdependent world of globalization, maybe I should bring, something in here in a lighter mood. Now, somebody got involved in an accident, riding a vehicle that was made in Germany, a BMW. And so this person happened to be a celebrity that was being pursued by paparazzi. The paparazzi were riding motorcycles that were made in Japan. They were carrying cameras that were made in South Korea. All right? Now, this celebrity was rushed to a hospital. And then they said the medication to be used for treatment was imported from Brazil. But where this accident took place was in France. Now, look at how many countries are involved in that. Now, use that to illustrate globalization. All right? In an era of globalization, obviously, logistics becomes very, very central. So you don't joke with that. Now, it also ensures price stability. And there's no better illustration than what we are going through now. You and I have to pay more at the pump head for refined petroleum products. Why is that so? And in fact, one of the things that created resilience for Nigeria is the fact that we no longer import refined products like we used to do. The volume has dropped significantly, even the value too. But I was having a conversation with one of my kids yesterday. She's a PhD in subsea engineering. And then she said, Daddy, I couldn't get diesel to buy for one of my vehicles. She lives in UK. He said, we drove to Tesco, no diesel. He said, we went to Esso, where we used to get the best price. The price has also gone up. If our area were really favored, that was the way she put it yesterday evening. He said there are queues in some petrol stations in UK now. Okay, she lives in Wellingborough, just next to Milton Keynes. All right? I said, thank God, we are not queuing here in Nigeria for fear. And I told her, thank God for Dangote Refinery and the other modular refineries that produce refined products for us. We are not queuing, but we are also paying more. So in which case, price has gone up everywhere, okay? But supply also now becomes an issue. That's where logistics kicks in. So he said, in fact, there's panic buying now in UK. And here we are in Nigeria, no panic buying. So, and immediately I said, okay, logistics then becomes central. The origin of what is required to consume, and then the market where it is consumed. Now, see how this becomes important also when you look at the agri space. That's agribusiness. Of course, logistics enables specialization and also fosters economic development. Let me now get into what I described here as my stories. And that is talking about conversations that I believe could have turned around the infrastructure story for Nigeria. Maybe before the first one I have there, I will back up to May 2005. The largest dry port in Nigeria was to be delivered somewhere in the southeast. My company got invited into that to do financial modeling and fund sourcing for that project in May 2005. And then we learned something over the years. And that is part of what I put as my recommendation at the end of this. It's meant to be a public-private partnership project, okay? But everything was put together, but what made funding difficult, or because the agreement was defective, there was a clause there that everywhere we took it to around the world, and we had offers of funds for that project, from UK, from US, from Singapore, we got also from UAE, then later South Africa, but every one of them, fantastic project. We are ready to be a part of this because it's a 50,000 TEUs dry port, okay? But they said, this clause, and it took our government almost 12 years to amend that clause. That's just by the way. Then when we came to putting together FSS 2020 in 2007, we have said that by year 2020, Nigeria will be generating and distributing 40,000 megawatts of power. All right? And that brings me back to the remark by our dear commissioner about execution. All right? So now, the idea was if we're generating that enough, we'll be able to use credit to drive growth of the economy to $963 billion US by year 2020 and make us part of the top 20. The origin of that was the idea by Goldman Sachs of Nigeria being among the next 11 following the reforms we began in 2004. Now, it meant that if we were to achieve that, and this was now my own personal thing, I wasn't part of the government, but I did a review of this vis-a-vis where we were. We were generating then and distributing about 3,400 megawatts of power. And I said, if we were to hit 40,000 by 2020, it meant we had 13 years to execute. So if we're able to add 3,000 megawatts annually, between 2008 and 2020, we'd have added 13,000 megawatts, which will take us now conveniently above the target of 40,000. I will tell you shortly why I talk about targets. Okay? So I sent a memo to the presidency. Then we have President Yar'Adua in office. I said, one of the things you can do, sir, is let's begin to give targets to our ministers. So instead of measuring what was spent, that is performance of a minister is based on the fiscal outcome for his ministry, let's base it on the deliverables of that ministry and begin to measure accordingly. And I said, take works and housing as we had it then, okay? Let's measure the minister's performance based on kilometers of roads delivered, based on how many bridges were constructed or reconstructed, so that we are measuring deliverables and not fiscal outcome. I said, now, for power, I recommend, sir, that you give a target in 2008 to your power minister to take our power from 3,400 megawatts to 6,400 megawatts. That's at 3,000 megawatts. Outside government, to remember, President Yar'Adua just took it and gave the power minister a target for 2008. If you can fact check that, you can check it out. He was given a target of 6,000 megawatts in 2008. But of course, we didn't achieve that. Okay? So now, you will see why I brought this up. In 2008, about this time also, one man walked into our office. He said he was also a business consultant, but he wanted to hire us as his consultant. I was like, huh? Is this a 419? Consultant wants to hire consultant. For what? He said, this idea occurred to him that we can float, a scheme that will be titled Infrastructure Nigeria, that will now help us remodel logistics in Nigeria, following what is termed Infrastructure Canada, and the same thing existing in other countries. Okay, fine. But I wasn't convinced that it was genuine. So I said, well, if you want us to consult for you on this, this is our bank account. Go and pay some money into that account. We gave him an amount to go and pay. This man didn't hesitate. He went to First Bank. He paid money into a bank account, brought back the teller, and now called back. I said, colleagues, this guy is serious. Let's not work. Now, we took it on. But I now took personal ownership of it. And I said, the concept of Infrastructure Nigeria will be to model what China did. And what did China do? China began an infrastructure remodeling and restructuring in 2004. What they did simply was this. For every item of logistics within the ecosystem, China looked at the country that was the champion in the world. So for roads, they picked USA as the champion. Because at that time, the stretch of road network, expressway in the US, that what they call the Green Belt, was 75,000 kilometers. So China set a target to construct expressways of 85,000 kilometers over a period of 30 years. That's from 2004 to 2034. Okay? Coming to what our commissioner said earlier, execution. Within 3 years, that is between 2004 and 2007, China delivered 57,000 kilometers. The concept was to build expressways of 4x8. 4x8 means 4 north-south in China, and then 8, they said east-west. Now they had that network, then they'd be okay with roads. Then they now said we complement that with railway. They targeted Russia. Russia had the longest stretch of railways in the world. So China said, we build a stretch of railways that is longer than that of Russia. Okay, but most importantly, commerce and trade. We try and connect China to island Europe. You know, UK is island Europe, all right? And of course, incidentally, they achieved that the very year they targeted, 2012. I was on vacation in England when that happened. Because when that train arrived in London, it was carried live. I saw it on Sky News. Okay, live. They tied a ribbon in front of that train, that's the engine. And they said that train brought manufactured goods all the way from China to London. So China achieved that. I said, okay, how did they get to this? They said railway will be 4x4 network, 4 north-south, 4 east-west. I'm going somewhere. Now, China said also, we are going to build dry ports. And within the space of 10 years, China constructed 172 dry ports. What was the import? The idea now was to put a factory anywhere in China, not in the coastal cities, anywhere in China. Because with the network of roads, railway, and dry ports, they are taking care of logistics of manufacturing. Raw materials in, finished goods out. So there is therefore little wonder that China has become the manufacturing ground for the entire world. And I said, let's bring it home. We actually delivered the first expressway in Nigeria before China, for your information. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway was delivered in 1978. 120 kilometers from Ibadan to Lagos Island. The first expressway in China was 19.8 kilometers. 19.82, not up to 20 kilometers. And that was done in 1998, 20 years after Nigeria's first expressway. But today, China has the longest stretch of expressway in the world. So my thesis then was that if we wanted Nigeria to be the intensity for manufacturing to be similar to China, let's target 10% of what China did. And what was simple logic? In terms of land mass, China is 10 times Nigeria's land mass. So if we do 10% of what China did, then we should be able to get intensity of logistics that will support manufacturing. Of course, March 1990, that would be like 36 years ago, this month. I was in Paris to attend an international conference. The theme was to make Africa the manufacturing ground to supply the entire world. That's a conversation we had in Paris in March 1990. Here we are still talking about infrastructure. You now see why we must be intentional about our plans and also be intentional about execution. Okay? Now, we moved to 2011. I sat briefly in President Jonathan's cabinet as a senior economic advisor, just 3 months. Then there was something we did inside this Eco Hotel in May 2011, just across the door here. 70 top business people in Nigeria representing different organizations. Few of us in the cabinet, but all of us 70 in number, we came in here with President Jonathan. And then we floated the concept of infrastructure that will drive economic growth. And then when we did an estimate of that across specific projects, costing done by the Infrastructure Concession Commission, we arrived at a total figure of 35.51 trillion naira. That was 15 years ago. And then we paired it into two. If we do an estimate of revenue that will come to federal government over the next 5 years, that's 2011 to 2015, how much out of that can be available to fund infrastructure? We came with 20.28 trillion naira, which was 57%. That would mean that for us to deliver this, private sector will invest 15.23 trillion naira. We then said, clearly, we cannot deliver the infrastructure that will drive logistics for this economy without getting private sector involved. But we now said, let's go further. Let's look at all these projects. Which of them is bankable? And that's where Sterling Bank comes in here. Which of them is bankable? We're able also to align the bankable ones in terms of value with what we expect from the private sector. So in which case, what will government do to de-risk those projects? And then in risking them, how will they become attractive to the private partners and the financiers so that we can deliver the infrastructure? So let me go to the final part of my presentation. So that again, by the time we finished here, we said, let's come with the idea that if we are going to build a railway like China did, this time around, let's do it this way in Nigeria. Let government invest in the tracks and let private partners supply the rolling stocks. Okay? Then, of course, in 2012, there was a solicited article from me by First Bank to be published in First Bank Review. And what was that to do? To evaluate Nigeria's infrastructure that supports logistics vis-a-vis the same in the 10 other next 11 countries. You know, Goldman Sachs came up with the idea of next 11. That was where reforms of 2004 became celebrated in Nigeria. And they said, these Nigerians have come with their creativity. If they truly get this right and execute correctly, then the rest of the world is up to exciting time. That was the way they put it. And so, we now said, if Nigeria is part of the next 11, that is G7 and the original BRICS, 4 of them, then let's aim to be part of the top 20. But if that is going to happen, what must happen to infrastructure? So I took Nigeria and those other 10 countries in the next 11. Let's look at power. Let's look at telecommunications, roads, aviation, seaports, potable clean water, and sewage. And by the way, let me also thank Rano Air, because you are here this morning. You know why I'm thanking you? Because my team went to Kaduna this morning and they reported to me that you flew them there on time. They were scheduled. So I want to say that here openly. Okay, our CEO and 2 other members of the team went for a project in Kaduna this morning. Now, why did I need to say that? It's not just because you are here, per se, but because we also handle a lot of projects in ABU. They have a microfinance bank and some other things. But every time we needed to go to Zaria, before, no flight to Kaduna, we'll fly to Kano and then do Kano by road to Zaria. How many hours? What are the implications of that for cost and even for safety and other losses in there? So, but clearly, when we brought this out, the recommendations I made then was reforms with respect to what we are discussing today should be long-term. Like where I started, reforms is not a dash, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Secondly, we need to deregulate infrastructure pricing. Thirdly, we need to properly sequence policies, counter opposition to physical infrastructure development with proper environmental impact assessment. Our company was given a mandate that we just started working on yesterday, and it's about a $500 million project that has a huge logistics component. Of course, Lagos State will be a major beneficiary of that. But again, what that speaks to is the fact that as of today, Nigeria is an attractive investment destination. But how do we become more competitive? Going back to what Darlington said earlier on, okay? And that is if we do a proper calibration of the environment. On the 24th of May 2015, I got a phone call. And the person said, I'm one of the chieftains of APC. I was mandated to call you. What will you want President Buhari to say in his inauguration speech of May 29, 2015 now to Nigerians? One of the things I said there relates to the topic today, energy. And I said two things. Number one, let him face oil theft and reduce that by at least 50%. Secondly, electricity. If we are going to turn around the corner there, let every consumer in Nigeria be metered. That's what I put there. 24th of May, it was a Sunday, 2015. So, of course, what does that mean? It means simple logic. You know, creativity and innovation doesn't take much. The logic was simply this. If every consumer is metered, that means consumers will pay for the power they consume. Then it means revenue collected by the discos will dampen. But there are private investors who want to make money. So that will make them now look through the entire value chain of the power generation, transmission, and distribution. If they want to make more money, they must deliver more power to consumers. So they will now be interested in working with the other members in the ecosystem. Instead of merely looking at where is distribution. Those who have meters, yes, they pay for what they consume. Those who don't have, we give them crazy bills. That's the way they've been operating. So now, what that means essentially then is that there is no big deal about getting things turned around. Just right things, little things done well, we turn the situation around. Finally, in 2012, a group of professionals were together in banking many years ago. They approached me and said they are a support group for Asiwaju Tinubu. That was 2022. So I asked them, what do you want me to do for you? So I want you to develop an economic blueprint that we present to Asiwaju Tinubu. I said, okay. At that time, he wasn't the candidate of APC. I said, what if he doesn't win ticket of APC? He said, well, it's about Nigeria. I said, okay, fine. So what will you do with what I prepared for you? He said, we give it to whoever is the candidate of APC because we are in APC. I said, okay, fine. I will do it for you for free. Then my wife now put my hair and said, do what for free? If you do it for free, they won't value it. They will just collect it and throw it away. If you want them to value it and use it, put a price on it. So I put the cost price on it. And before I could say Jack Robinson, they paid the mobilization. I said, these guys are serious. But out of that work is the final thing I'm saying here this morning. I call it advisory service request in 2022. Power delivery. What should we do? We need to attract private capital to transmission and then upgrade distribution. Now, when BOI team introduced themselves this morning, something came back to my mind. I said, oh, when BOI started with alternative energy, they represented federal government in working with UNDP. So my firm was responsible for recruiting the pioneer staff for that scheme that BOI handled. Okay? So again, that's something that happened 16 years ago. But look at the journey from then till date. We ask ourselves, how far have we gone? Now, port efficiency. Intensify PPP for seaports development and operation. Then resolve bottlenecks with the PPP dry port projects, which I mentioned earlier in passing. Then harmonize activities of the government agencies at the ports. Railway network. Ramp up investment in national rail system. Privatize operation. Support state governments in intracity rail system development. And then we came to roads. And by the way, roads account for about 90% of logistics in Nigeria. And I won't go into all of those details. What should we do with them? Develop major interstate roads using PPP. Fund existing projects according to plan. And then give more attention to road maintenance. That's the area where we have been weak over the decades. Then ICT. When China was to develop their infrastructure to drive logistics, the target was to outcompete South Korea in ICT. Because South Korea was then #1 in the world. That was in 2004. But within the space of 7 years, China became #1 around the world in terms of what we call netizens. Netizens are citizens with access to the internet. Nigeria today, we are #7 in the world, by the way, in terms of netizens. So but the question is, can we deepen that space? In which case, we need to provide incentives to ICT investors, then accelerate ICT adoption and e-governance. So let me close this way, and I call it my final take. Okay? Investments in roads in Nigeria should shift more into multimodal transportation. Then, I'm a fan of concrete roads. And my recommendation is to deepen the investment in concrete roads for maintenance cost advantage. Then, digitalization of the port with the adoption and implementation of the National Single Window, which of course commenced last week Monday, should be deepened and sustained. Then the ongoing PPP model for delivery of dry port projects should be fast-tracked with sovereign guarantee. Many stories around that, I can tell, offered by many global players to federal government that involve sovereign guarantee. 2011, we're going to do that with GE. I was then in government as an advisor to the president. So I challenged GE. Will you make money from these projects I'm proposing for Nigeria? They say yes. So why do you want a sovereign guarantee? You know the response. President for GE said, are you in government or are you a private sector person? I said, well, I'm a private sector person in government temporarily. I said, why did you ask that question? He said, if people like you are now the ones at the table discussing, then it means Nigeria is ready for business. And that is what I see in this room. Okay, we are the one that will make this country ready for business and also do the right thing. So we need to develop and implement regional infrastructure plans, especially rail, across the 6 geopolitical zones. And of course, finally, intensify energy transition strategy and funding. So in there, therefore, there are opportunities for everybody. So closing, everything is going to be fine in the end, full stop. If it is not fine, then it is not the end. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, a round of applause, please, for Professor Adedipe. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where you now get to prove whether I lied or I told the truth. Did you enjoy yourselves? The data was flowing. There's nothing beautiful than knowledge that makes sense. When you're seeing solutions from 2022, from even way back before then, we know that we have a seasoned expert in the room. And I always rate these conversations by how many phones I see up in the air and people taking screenshots. So I see all of you that had your phones up. We're going to take just 2 questions because of time for Prof. So if anybody has questions, I'll take the first 2 hands that I see. I have 1 hand there and 1 hand in front here, sir. So.
Thank you very much, Prof. That was a wonderful presentation. And thank you again for the appreciation of Rano Air. But unfortunately, I didn't see in some of your solutions where air transportation is mentioned.
Okay.
That's the only thing I want to know.
All
Why
right.
is that? Because we know now the world is a global village.
That's right.
And air transportation is a must-have. Efficient, effective air transportation. So why that wasn't one of the
All right.
solutions?
Thank you very much for that observation. It was actually a struggle for me on how much I can put within the space. In fact, I had to ask Modupe, how much time would I have? So, and then now to decide which slide to put in, which slide to exclude, and all of this. But clearly, aviation is a critical sector. And for me, Nigeria should aim to become the hub for aviation in the region. And how will that happen? It works on number one, the basic infrastructure for aviation. And that means from the runways to the terminal buildings to the technology items working within. And I will tell you a story here. I think this happened sometime in 2007, 2008. One of the governors in Southwest came for an interview at Channels TV. And he said he wanted to meet me. He said, okay, fine. So I went to Channels TV station. I met him. He said, because actually it's the state I come from. And he said, he offered me an appointment as his advisor. I refused to take it. That was why I wanted to meet me. And he never knew me anyway. He just gave me his name. Gave my name to him. So he now said, okay, can we go together to Murtala Mohammed International Airport to inspect? So we went there. And at the back room, we saw a bevy of equipment that would do something for Nigeria in aviation. It was, in fact, a PPP project that would turn around aviation efficiency in Nigeria. Then we killed it. Now, that project was designed such that any foreign airline coming to Nigeria, whatever invoice was to be generated for payments to FAN and other government agencies would be generated automatically, automated. Okay? In which case, everything will be done seamlessly. No talking to any human being, no interaction with anybody. Invoice issued electronically. Bank also received the notification. Debit and credit the accounts, everything automated. And I said, this is interesting, because we went on tour of the entire place. And the man told us that the equipment were designed to capture the weight of an aircraft before it lands on our runway. So all the calculations, the fees, all of them will be generated before it even touches the runway. But it was killed. As of today, as I speak, we don't have that facility. Because eventually the man carried all the equipment and took them to another country. That's just an illustration. So, but that is by the way. Then we come to the operator themselves. What do they need? We mentioned that earlier here. The critical thing for an airline is the turnaround time. And the concept simply is this. Planes are not meant for the tarmac. Planes are meant to be in the air. So the time they spend on the ground and then send them back into the air is what defines the efficiency of an airline. The question for us is, do our airlines operate with that understanding and mindset? Many of them miss schedules, and all we get is apologies. All right? So it's a whole ecosystem thing. The ones relating to what government will provide, the ones relating to what government will provide incentives for. In economics, we say people respond to incentives. And then for the operator themselves, to have the mindset that they are competing. So if they look at this, it's a whole ecosystem thing. Now, I'm very sure Sterling will be excited to fund Rano in purchase of aircraft and whatever. If all the risks in there are well calibrated, and of course, we call it something risk insurance. Okay? So because it's like Sterling wants to underwrite the risk that your operations represent. So in which case, they understand your operations, which they do, quite all right. But also, like Danity said earlier on both sides of the table, integrity is demonstrated. So when the bank sees that, the bank is eager to be a part of that. But then, how is the operator running his business? And we've seen a lot in Nigeria. So there's a whole lot in aviation. But like I said, the challenge I had was, how much time would I have? How many things can I cover? Then I looked at the panel sessions also. Fantastic experts are lined up for that. So that was why I didn't go much into aviation. I took it that the panel will deal with that in more details. So I think the compare said 2 questions. Maybe I'll take one more.
My name is Daniel Amonze, publisher of Stakeholders Magazine. You talked about infrastructure in the 2012s and thereabouts. I was expecting you to mention NIMP, the National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan.
Yeah.
And I've not heard the government really talk about that these days. Is there a way where the country can develop a master plan backed by law? A plan that can also help guide the federal budgets annually, that can curb corruption in the procurement system?
Yeah, okay, thank you for your observation. Yes, we have plans variously for infrastructure and different aspects of the ecosystem. But I like the dimension you mentioned, and that is to have this codified. So the battery is exhausted. Right, so that, in fact, I would say was what we did with the tax reforms, which means we've been talking around this for years. I've been a part of the tax thing since 1997. But with the reforms we did, we have now codified it. And that's the way I understand what you said. Which means all these plans that exist, can we have them codified? In which case we begin to measure performance of the government as per what we deliver in those plans that are now codified. I agree with you in that line of thought. And I think we can get things done faster and also more efficiently. Measuring deliverables, like I said, instead of measuring how much money we spent. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much. I believe we can do better than that. A round of applause for Professor Adedikwe. Don't worry, he's still around. So if you have more questions, just find him within the networking sessions. So we're going to move very quickly on to our first panel discussion of the day. And this is a rich panel conversation that is coming on the back of Professor Adedikwe's presentation. And some words that I took from that was port efficiency, multimodal forms of transport, and this panel is going to discuss that. So the title of this panel is Fixing Nigeria's Logistics Backbone, Ports, Corridors, and Cost Reduction. So how can we strengthen the logistics backbone of the country? How can we make our ports more efficient? What are the modes of transportation? How can we reduce the cost of moving goods? Now, a very astute panel has been put together for this conversation, but there must be a moderator. There must be somebody to drive the conversation. So I would like to invite the CEO of Sterling One Foundation, none other than Mrs. Beju Bekwe, to be our moderator for this panel. Let's make her feel welcome. And she will be introducing her panelists.
Thank you so much for a fantastic work, Uti. And joining me on this amazing panel today, I will start with Mr. Olabode Makonjuola. Please let us put your hands together for him. Mr. Olabode Makonjuola is the Executive Vice Chairman and CEO of Coverton Offshore Support Group PLC, a leading integrated provider of aviation, marine maintenance, and trading services listed on the Nigerian Exchange. He holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Leicester and a master's degree in shipping, trade, and finance from City University Business School, London. This foundation has underpinned a career spanning over 2 decades. And under his leadership, Coverton has evolved well beyond its offshore support origins into a diversified platform encompassing helicopter charter services, marine transport, MRO, aviation training, and indigenous vessel design and construction. The group has made significant investments in local capacity, including the establishment of world-class aviation simulators, and has built a reputation as a trusted service provider. Please, can you put your hands together for Mr. Mark Onjola? Also joining me is Engineer Abimbola Akiajo, the Managing Director, Lamata, Lagos State. She is a chartered civil engineer in the UK and Nigeria with over 3 decades post-qualification experience in design and delivery of major transport infrastructure projects. She recently delivered the blue and red rail lines in Lagos, Nigeria. She's also a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and a member of the Institution of Civil Engineers UK Council for the regulation of engineering in Nigeria. Corinne, please put your hands together for her. Also joining me on this panel is the General Manager of LASO, Mr. Oludamilola Emmanuel. Mr. Emmanuel is a dynamic and forward-thinking leader with over 15 years of experience spanning operations management, revenue growth, maritime governance, and environmental sustainability. Currently serving as SA to the governor on Blue Economy, he provides high-level strategic leadership in driving the state's vision for a sustainable and globally competitive ocean and waterways economy, while continuing to oversee affairs at LASWA. His dual role ensures strong policy coordination between Blue Economy initiatives and the operational realities of inland water transport development. During his tenure as GM at LASWA, he has initiated, executed, and supervised several transformative special projects, including the development of public awareness strategies, institutional restructuring, and operational reforms that significantly enhance the agency's performance. Please put your hands together for Mr. Oludamilola Emmanuel. And my final panelist, please welcome Madam Moyo Akinyosui. She is the Divisional Head, Institutional Banking, Sterling Bank Limited. Mrs. Akinyosoye is a dynamic financial services leader with over 22 years of expertise spanning corporate and strategic partnerships, client acquisition, account management, customer relationship management, and business analysis. Renowned for her ability to deliver sustainable growth and value, she has successfully navigated and influenced the retail, commercial, and corporate banking landscapes. She holds an MBA and a BSc in economics from Obafemi Awolowo University, Nigeria. A committed lifelong learner, Moyo is an associate member of the CIBN and has strengthened her leadership and strategic insight through notable programs, such as the Digital Transformation Leadership Programs at Imperial College London and the Women in Leadership Program at the Lagos Business School. Please put your hands together for Moyo. So today we will be discussing something that is really critical to set the tone for other conversations today. And that is fixing Nigeria's logistics backbone, ports, corridors, and cost reduction. I must say that the keynote was very, very insightful and has set the tone for some of the things we'll be discussing right now. Nigeria's trade competitiveness is closely tied to the efficiency of its logistics backbone. However, we have several bottlenecks across ports, inland corridors, and rail networks, not excluding waterways. This session will examine how improved port efficiency, better multimodal integration, and stronger public-private collaboration can significantly reduce logistics costs and improve cargo movement across Nigeria's transport corridors. We will be looking at port congestion and cargo turnaround efficiency, inland connectivity across rail, road, and waterways, digital trade facilitation and port process automation, and of course, infrastructure investment. To start, I will be asking my panelists one question, just one. And we have about 1 hour for this session. And this question, I would like to start with Madam. It's International Women's Month, right? I will start with Madam. So Nigeria's logistics costs remain among the highest in many emerging markets, significantly affecting trade competitiveness and the cost of doing business. From your various perspectives across policy, infrastructure, and finance, what do you see as the single biggest bottleneck, and what are your 2 recommendations to fixing them? You have the floor, Ma.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much. Single bottlenecks.
Single biggest.
Single biggest, but I think it's the people. We talk about efficiencies. No matter how minuscule your infrastructure is, when the people managing it are not managing it efficiently, you have a problem. And a lot of times when we look at systems, that is where we have a problem. So when government has provided infrastructure, we have to have efficiency in the running of that infrastructure. And a lot of times that's where we fall down as a country. So interesting that Prof was talking about what had been imported and what had been defined and what had been designed, but it fell apart. It did not fall apart for lack of thought, for lack of whatever, but people made it impossible to function. So Nigerians as a people, we need to look at ourselves. When your personal preferences or desires do not align with the policies of government, does not align with the betterment of your city, does not align with the betterment of your country, therein lies our problem. And a lot of us will make complaints, oh, government hasn't done this, government hasn't done that. But let us look at what government has done and how well are we all managing what government has provided. So I think, first of all, when we begin to fix individuals, you know, something was said earlier, I think it's about how do I align the desires of the person with the desires of the country? When we begin to make sure that accountabilities are not just based on things that cannot be measured. I really loved the address this morning where it said that measure the position of any public provider or any public officer based on what he has provided. So if at the beginning they say to me, you have to deliver 4 rail lines, if at the end of it, I cannot deliver 4 rail lines and I do not have cogent reasons why I can't, really nobody needs to tell you, you should just pack your load and leave. And that must be something that we imbibe and continue to put forward as a way that we want to develop our country. So we need to look inward, look at the people, and ensure that, because it's the people that will run the systems that we build. So we talk about, everybody goes on about infrastructure, you need to provide all the infrastructure that we have provided in Lagos. It is people that will manage it. And when those people are not doing what they're supposed to do, we might as well not have infrastructure. So I always say it starts with the people. When we fix ourselves, when we fix our desires for our country, then we can begin to see even the small that we have will multiply because we all have visions to deliver.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That was so fantastic. People. I think GM Laswa, I think you can respond to that question also. What do you think is the single biggest bottleneck in fixing our transport and logistics value chain? And how do you think we can fix it?
Let me just ride with what she said, but I think moving on from people, my headspace is in, because when you say one, it's a bit difficult to say one thing. But you know, if I'm going to pick one thing, I'll say inaccurate data, because I believe that data is important, and data would help make even government make informed decisions. Even for the people as well. The people as well need to also know, have access to that data, and that would enable them be able to interact the way they should interact and engage accordingly. So if you ask me, I would say is that data, and that data must be across board. I mean, I was marveled about 2 years ago. I went to Estonia, and we visited several agencies, and all of the agencies had the same data. Like there was no 0.0, there was no 0.1, there was no 0.2. It was the same data. So what that told me was that it was coming from just one source, and it was highly verified. I think that with that accurate data across board, you know, it will help us as well make more informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Data is critical for any kind of decision making. Mr. Olabodia Makonjola, I am very interested in your answer. From the private sector perspective, what do you think is the single biggest bottleneck that we have, and how do you recommend we fix it?
Well, I'm going to try, because obviously GM Lamata and these are my paymasters, or should I say my regulators. So for me, I think it's, from a logistics point of view, it's really about over-reliance on one single artery when it comes to transportation, and that's road network. We are 100% reliant on the road network. I think a gentleman from AA Rano just spoke about air travel. We're totally committed to road network. When you look at our ports, when you look at inland waterways and our rail networks, they are completely disconnected. You have open seaports connected to vast waterways. And you have a situation whereby you have myriads of trucks trying to get into our Papa port. And these tail all the way back as far as, in some cases, can get all the way up to Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. And on that same road network, you have commuters trying to get to work every day. And that in itself breeds frustration amongst the people. Lamata, the Lagos State government has been doing a lot in terms of providing the green line, the blue line, and other road networks. But that in itself has alleviated a lot of the problems in terms of transportation from Ojo all the way down to Marina. But you still have what I'd like to call God's own highway, which is the waterways, which remains highly underutilized. I've been working a lot with LASWA over the past 3 to 4 years in terms of the Omnibus project. And they've also now started work on the Omi Eco project as well. And the concept is simple. We must decongest our road network and embrace other forms of transportation, because that is the only way that we reduce this bottleneck. And in reducing that bottleneck, we improve the productivity of the fellow Nigerians, because you arrive at least less stressed to work. And more importantly, you're able to, in terms of port clearances, get goods out of ports on time using barges that are able to get to other parts of the country on time. Where air travel is concerned, creating effective air cargo services would enable you to move food, perishable goods especially, from farms up north down to the ports in a safe and timely manner, as opposed to constantly relying on that single mode of transportation. So for me, we talk about the integration of this multimodal system. Lagos State has done a lot of work in creating the infrastructure. So it's not necessarily just an infrastructure problem. It's about integrating that infrastructure. You have the waterways, you have the road network, you have the rail network. How do you integrate these three or four, as well as obviously air transport? How do you integrate all these modes of transport into one single entity that improve productivity? I think that's
Thank you very much. So, Mrs. Akinyosue, would like to hear your perspective also as a funder in this space. What do you think is the single biggest bottleneck, and how do you recommend we fix them?
Thank you very much. I think I'll lean on Mr. Body's response regarding that. I think the sector, the transport and logistics sector is highly fragmented. So real growth is not in terms of the infrastructure growth, it's in terms we grow when we integrate. So that integration aspect is something we need to look at critically. And so looking at the different sectors and within the transport and the logistics space, we cannot concentrate on one and leave the other, because over concentration on one will diminish or will affect, we put pressure on that particular sector. So for instance, if we concentrate on road network without taking care of the rail network or the inland waterways, there will be pressure on the roads, and of course, it's going to deteriorate over time. So for me, I think the biggest challenge is to try and integrate and put together the multimodal infrastructure in a way that they all interconnect, and you are able to switch from one to the other in a way that there's no much pressure on one as against the other. So that's it for me.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to take my next question straight from what you just said. What exactly would true multimodal integration look like in Nigeria? Since two of our panelists have emphasized the same point, and what must change over the next 2 months to make it a reality? Mrs. Ayoko, Mrs. Moyo, please. What exactly would it look like, and what must change in Nigeria to make an integrated multimodal system a reality?
Okay, so from a financial institution perspective, the inefficiencies and bottlenecks and issues that we've experienced or we're currently experiencing in most of all these different sectors has to change, first of all. And for that to happen, I believe that the participation involves not just governments, but private sector's participation has to come to play in ensuring that we are able to tackle these issues. So we've mentioned some of these challenges. Professor Adedipe gave a detailed data and presentation regarding the workings and all that's been happening as far back as 2020 to date. A lot of these issues are still persistent. So I think from from a financial institution perspective, it's important for us to drill it down to the importance of transparency, clarity in that space to ensure that there's clarity, there's transparency, and there's efficiency in the different sectors that relates to logistics and transport business in Nigeria. One other thing I would like to add is that when funding, or when looking at the transport and the logistics sector, beyond just focusing on financing infrastructure, I think it's important for us to look beyond infrastructure financing. By that, I mean maybe vehicle financing. We'll need to look at the ecosystem financial value chain financing, whereby we're able to capture all the value chain downline of every transport and logistics business from one end to the other. That would be it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moyo. So you're emphasizing financing the entire value chain as against just financing, providing silo financing, if I will use such words. Thank you very much. Mr. Makonjola, I'm giving you that question because I'm sure you will have a perfect response. You're already playing in all of these sectors, and I believe you already have ideas on how they can seamlessly work together and flow together. Please share with us from your experience, how do you think we need to transform as a society for all of these sectors under the transport and logistics system to work together seamlessly integrated as you have recommended?
It requires, okay, when you look at it from the port's point of view, it requires a synchronized approach whereby you are able to synchronize the port to road to interland effectively. I'll give you a very practical example. Like I said, it all boils down to decongesting the waterways. So we're presently building ferries for the Lagos state government. We had built a couple of ferries for the Edo state government. And the idea was, how do we get this ferry from Lagos all the way to Edo State? And the initial problem was, okay, we need to get a flatbed truck, put on a flatbed truck, and then transport it on the road to Edo State. Then one of our boat captains just says to us, but we can actually drive it down to Edo State. And everyone looked and said, how? It's like with the waterways. And then we just found out that we could actually drive the boats all the way to Edo, through Ekpe, along into, I think, Ogun, then Ondo, and then we got to, I can't remember. Then eventually we got to Edo State. I think the total journey time took us about 8 hours, start and stop. Now, there 1 or 2 times, it was, in fact, it was actually a very seamless journey, to be honest with you. And what that just goes to show you that it's not really that the infrastructure doesn't exist. It's not really that we are not able to do it. We just need to capitalize on it, and we're then able to connect all the dots together. You know, if you think about what we're doing, what Lagos State is doing with the Blue Line, able to move people all the way from Ojo down to Marina. I think MD Lamata, I had a meeting with her once, and one of the interesting things we spoke about that stuck with me was, the problem is we get all these people down from Festac, Ojo, down to Marina, but a lot of them don't work in Marina. A lot of them work in VI, Lekki, Ikoyi. So she's already solved one problem, but she now has to solve another problem, which is, how do we now connect those people to other parts of the island and get them to work? And then it now becomes a case of getting buses on effective routes Which now brings me back to my more or less bread and butter, which is we could actually put these people on the water and move them through these channels, decongesting our road network and actually moving them around. A unified transport policy, which I think was developed at or presented at the start of this government's administration, is something that needs to be put into real action, I think, especially incentivizing use of water transportation as part of that final piece of the puzzle to unlock this true multimodal system that we all crave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So it's a different question for you, not the same one. But it appears you already have ideas. So I would ask this and then you can add some more. So what investments in infrastructure, regulation, or private sector participation are needed to unlock the commercial potential of water transport in Lagos and Nigeria? That's just taking it from the response he gave on how they were able to ferry those boats to Edo State. What are the kinds of investments we require to be able to do more of those kinds of things and probably scale up to other parts of the country?
Okay, I think everyone knows the problems, and it's quite clear what possible solutions are. So let's just look at what is Lagos State even doing.
Okay.
And I think that's quite practical for us. So right now, we have 15 out of 20 local governments in Lagos State are accessible by water, right? And you have jetties that have been built from ages ago by different local governments. And what we've tried to do is upgrade those jetties to have what we call floating pontoons. Now, upon building floating pontoons, we realized that connectivity was a major problem. So what did we do? We sent a list of all our jetties to the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure to say, hey, take a look at all the road networks around all these jetties. And can you prioritize these road networks? Because at the end of the day, when people get off the jetties, they're going to look for their last mile of connect, which we spoke about. So Lagos State is already doing that actively, where all of the roads are prioritized by Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. But then that's just sort of one mode. Maybe I should just quickly jump Lamata and just say what MD Lamata I wanted to say was, Lamata is currently planning 2 major interchanges, Mile 2 and Marina. Right now in Marina, you have the Blue Line, right? And then you also have the BRT bus there as well. And right now, as we speak, they're also now building the ferry there as well, the ferry terminal. So what you're going to have is a major hub right there. So you get down from the train, you can either use the bus going straight down, or you can use the waterways like Mr. Makonjo. So that's already one solution already on board. And even the same thing is going to be replicated in Mile 2 as well. So that will be there. But for other places where you have just the jetties, it's the road connectivity. I don't want to speak about just saying this is the solution. I want to speak about what's quite practical. So for us, of course, what are the things you want to invest in? You want to invest in the terminals, you want to invest in technology, because all of this has to do with coordination as well. Which is why you know, with Lamata, it sits very perfectly. I'm sure by the time she speaks, you understand what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for Lagos State. Soma, I would love you to break it down. When can I get on that ferry? Okay, when can we get on that ferry?
Thank you very much. I think from everything that's been said, we're actually in construction and we will be done before the end of the year with Mile 2 and Marina. And Marina is an interchange that has every mode apart from air. It has the rail, it has road, it has BRT, it has standard route buses, it has first and last mile buses, and it has the waterways. Now, the one thing that Lamata does do, the first part of Lamata's responsibility is to be the planner for the transportation system of Lagos, especially public transport. Now, when you have planned, then and only then can you begin to, you have a good oversight and you see the issues that you have and you can begin to plug your holes. A good, we are all talking about Lekki. Today, everybody knows that Lekki is about the fastest growing conurbation. I don't think it's in Nigeria, I think it's world over. Now, that means that the population in Lekki is growing. As a state, we are responding to that. There's something we call the Green Corridor, and that is the Lekki Corridor. We're looking at it from all modes of transportation, being able to be certain that we will not create for ourselves crazy bottlenecks like we have in Apapa. So if you look at it, there's the Dangote refinery, there's the deep sea port, there's fertilizer, there's an airport coming there. So you need to catch up with infrastructure so that you can service all of those things that are coming there. There's a rail line that we have, the Green Line, that we're working with the federal government on. But also we acknowledge, and the one thing we have to do, you asked the question earlier, what must we do to ensure we have integration? We need to learn to talk to one another. I cannot sit in Lamata and say, I'm thinking Lagos and that's all I'm doing. I have to understand what the federal government is doing so that I can connect and be certain that not just public transport, but also any form of freight that needs to be moved off of all of these infrastructure that's coming into Lagos can go through the city. Because rail, freight infrastructure must weave in the fabric of public transport. You can't see them outside of each other. It is until you make them work together that you can see a city that is decongested. Now, so you said that when can we see us get on the ferries? There's so many things we have to do, but we'll be ready before the end of the year. But think about Lekki. I'm sure if I ask anybody here, there'll be at least 50% of us live in that access, the Lekki access. Now, the ability to understand what is coming. Federal government are building, or they are in the process of, they're planning it, and I hope they will build it, the Lekki Kajola that will go all the way to the north, rail line. And that is on the western side of, so we have the east to the west. It was fantastic when I was listening to Prof. The spines that you have, the east to the west, and that's the way Lagos is working, east to the west and north to the south. So the blue line is east to the west, the red line is north to the south. But I also have the green line that will ensure that when you come off at Lekki, I will be able to transport you. But before that, from Lekki to Kajola and out of Lagos, make sure that the freight that is coming out of Dangote is not just on the road, because they have built a truck lane along the Lekki-Ekpe Expressway. But we also have to, because Mr. Makonjola said it, we cannot be solely dependent on road. So the ability to move that out is what this Lekki, Kajola, and going, I think it's to Maiduguri, will do for me. Because that way, it comes out of the deep sea port, or it comes out of Dangote refinery. I am able to, yes, have the option of the road, but I have the option of the rail. And the ability to do those things and connect. So Lagos never sits down. We're very nosy. We go and ask the federal government, what are you doing? How are you doing it? How can we connect with you? It's the same thing that's going on the eastern side. I always get I'm terrible with geography, sorry. But the Badagry end of town, there's a deep sea port coming there, but beyond that, there's the Lagos, Abidjan, Ouagadougou corridor.
Yes,
So when we're talking connectivity, we need to look at it not just from a national, but an international perspective. Today, Lamata is going to go to the Abidjan conference so that we can be part of that conversation to ensure that when all of it ends in Lagos, we're able to disperse it without causing problems. And it is, when I say people, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The ability to understand what's going on, not just around my city, in my country, and outside of my country. Because, Prof said that we want to be the hub. We cannot be the hub if we are not connected with the rest of the nations around us. And this Lagos-Abidjan-Ouagadougou corridor has been going on for a long time. And we realized that as a state organ, federal government were very into it, but we were not. So we did all sorts. We went to meet the people, and we have now found ourselves inside it. Because when I say that as a state, we are quite significant for Lagos, you know, it is important to understand your responsibilities and not be overwhelmed by it. And I think Lagos State does that very well. Understanding the responsibilities that we have as a city that was once the capital, but is now like the commercial capital. And we have the two largest seaports, and those seaports contribute to all of the logistics nightmare that we experience in Lagos. And the ability to fix that will only come when we begin to integrate. So, you know, when Mr. Konjola talked about integration, we are purely a public transport authority, but you cannot sit in that place and say that's my mandate. If you don't enter the conversations that surround you, you will enter gridlock. So for us in Lagos, there's a lot that we're doing. Integration is the backbone of the strategic transport master plan that we have. We are working with FAN, for instance. You will notice that we have a terminal along that road to the airport. And the vision will be that we will be able to run our buses all the way to the airport, and we're discussing those conversations. So for us, everywhere that there is transportation, it has to be our business. And we have to be certain that we're integrated with all of those so that one day, when we are right with our efficiencies and our systems, all of the work that the state government's been doing over the past 20-something odd years in putting public transport together will bear fruit. And I'm starting to see the fruit. And it's work in progress. There's a lot of work to do. We need experts, we need people, we need the citizens of Lagos to respond to what state is doing. So a classic example, we have buses, and my buses are on the road, and a driver tells you to pay cash. Very simple. I would ask that the citizens of Lagos should say no to that. It may seem something very simple. Whoa, let me just pay the 100 naira, 500 naira that he's asking so I can sit on the bus. But what that does is that the operator is shortchanged. The operator is shortchanged, he cannot run his buses. Then we will start to get complaints. I have no bus. But you have deprived the operator of the revenue that he ought to get because you have partaken in an illegality that you think is of no consequence. Everything we do, every individual needs to be very deliberate and intentional. And it may mean that you get frustrated. Yesterday, somebody called me and said, look, I've just arrested one of your drivers. I said, what did you do? He said he's carrying a full bus of cash. This was a private individual. And I was so pleased because it meant that he was vested enough to stand there, and he waited. We sent someone, and as of this morning, the driver will be on its way. But these are very small examples, and you would think, what does that mean for me? But it means a lot, because cumulatively, it means that the operators will fail because the revenue is not coming in as it ought to. Lamata has done everything it ought to do. We have a single card system. People like Sterling Bank smile at me every day because they say now I can trace my money, and so therefore bankability makes a bit more sense because I can talk about my revenue. But that begins to fall apart when Sterling is looking at their back end and saying, nobody is entering this bus. But they are. But we're encouraging bad behavior. So when I say people, I'm really passionate about that. It is not just people in government, it is not just people in private sector, it is each and every one of us that must decide that I own a part of this country, I own a part of this state, and I will do whatever it is to make sure it functions, and it functions well. Then and only then can we begin to see the dividends. You know, when we talk about dividends of democracy, then and only then do we begin to see dividends.
Please put your hands together for Mr. Sabimbola, Engineer Bimbola. So can I sum up your recommendations for people to be character, responsibility, and timely action? Thank you very much. Because of our time, I would like to hear from you one more time, Mr. Makonjola. Good. And the question is this. You are a major player in private sector. Private operators often invest heavily in logistics infrastructure. What policy or investment frameworks would encourage greater private sector participation in Nigeria's transport and logistics ecosystem? If they exist, what do you think we can do better in implementation?
I think I think more in terms of capital deployment. As you can imagine, in Nigeria there is a certain inherent amount of risk in everything that we do. I think in Nigeria it's the percentage of propensity for entrepreneurs to take on risk is a lot higher than anywhere else in the world. I think it was Darlington's earlier statement when he mentioned the customer that was coming to thank him, but the fact that he wanted to see him already gave him sleepless nights. So I'm sure that executives of Sterling Bank probably have a lot of sleepless nights when customers like us, when anytime you disburse money to us. But I think for us, at least from private sector point of view, when we try and put a business plan together, we try to find a way to make it bankable and to see how we are able to, especially when it comes to public transport, because public transport involves quite a bit of government interface and interaction. So having a strong PPP with clear risk sharing is very critical to actually making these sorts of investments. We're in the era of sustainability. Everyone wants to go green, or should I say, the smart money is going green. We're proud to say we built the first electric ferry in Africa. So we're hoping a lot of the smart money comes our way, but looking for sustainable infrastructure investments, including sort of green financing. We're already talking to the federal government already has a duty implementation waiver on green EV batteries, EV cars, solar panels. There's a duty waiver in place on that, and also it's a framework that sort of eliminates the overlapping of both federal and states. I think is something that we are very, very keen to press on. One of the spheres that we operate in terms of the waterways, one of the challenges that operators on the waterways have had when we're trying to sort of manage it is that overlap between LASWA and NIWA, and that extends across other state platforms. Who actually owns or regulates the waterways? NIWA always comes up and says, we are state, federal. I hope I'm not putting anybody in trouble, but I have cover with Dami here, my big sister. But it is a fact. It's a problem that we, as operators that have, it's a problem that we have as in terms of terminals that we operate, in terms of our helipad, is we get one bill or one letter today from LASWA, and then before you know it, you get another one from NIWA. Or operators will tell you, you need a LASWA license to operate on this part of the water. And then NIWA said, no, you need a license as well. So that harmonization goes beyond even intermodal transportation, but beyond between government and state agencies. That needs to be there. The work is already ongoing. I think there's been a lot of progress over the past 10 years. I think more so because, and I don't say because they're here, but Lamata and Laswa have done an incredible job leading from the front in terms of promoting advocacy for safe water transportation, that the state have almost yielded and said, you know what, Laswa, you just go and do what you're doing. We'll follow you. Whatever you need, we'll support you, as opposed to what it was like in the past, where it was always confrontational, saying, no, you can't do that. We're the ones in charge. And I think so. That's what I see from a government standpoint. But from a finance standpoint of view, like I said, sustainable infrastructure financing, green financing, there are lots of projects out there. And I must congratulate Sterling, especially for leading the way in that with Kore. I know Modupe, we talk a lot of times, and it's part of what we want to sort of integrate into our transport business model. So yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. So finally, this conversation is ending on financing. So Mrs. Akinyosoye, can you share with us how Sterling Bank is supporting this ecosystem and how Sterling Bank intends to finance the integration of the Nigerian transport and logistics value chain?
Thank you very much, Beju, for that question. So I'm going to respond this way. Hello. Okay. So in terms of, we all know, we've said a lot here, the data shared by Prof actually opened up a lot of information for us to reflect on. For us as Sterling, so I don't actually want to make this all about the Sterling, but as much as possible, I want to look at it from a financial institution perspective, where Sterling has always positioned herself to play pioneer roles in some of these projects or infrastructural projects that we've done in the past. So for us, what we currently do, because of the large nature, in terms of large-scale funding required in most of these infrastructure projects, the model that we normally, or that we've done or tried to adopt in the past, is the syndicated lending model, whereby we come together with other commercial banks to see how we can structure financial model to support these large ticket transactions. And we were part of the Blue Line Rail that was mentioned earlier. And Sterling, we always position ourselves to ensure that we participate in most of these key infrastructural projects. For the ones that we are projecting, you had a question regarding the ones, what we currently do and what we provide advisory. Let's start with that in terms of opportunities around public-private partnership, whereby we partner with government to fund such projects. That way, the capital is coming not just from one source, it's coming from the government and go, while the private sector is also bringing their capital into play. And that also helps in terms of risk sharing. We also support in terms of the project finance structure. We've had transactions or deals that we've done in a way that we don't directly sometimes lend to the sponsors. We kind of set up like a like a SPV, where we use it to drive financing structures or models to fund a particular project. And that way we're able to narrow down the revenue streams of those projects to the project and towards repayments. We've also seen situations whereby we facilitate conversation around development finance funding to facilitate such large ticket transactions. And what this development finance funding does is it helps us to blend our financing in a way that, don't forget, I mentioned that the nature of these large ticket transactions, they are not short tenured in nature, minimum 7 years. So you need patient capital, to deploy into such projects to ensure stability and to ensure that you are able to follow through on those projects. Other areas that we also usually support as Sterling is through the sustainability funding, the green bond issuance. We participate in that space, especially by getting ESG investors to come coming on. So the truth about it for me, I think as financial institution, our role is an enabling role in all of this. And it's critical. We are the catalyst for this change. We can't just, we need to work with government, we need to partner with government, we need to partner with other stakeholders and other investors, because by the time we are part of it, it gives private investors that comfort to bring their funds into that space, to invest their funds in that space. One of the other things that we, as financial institutions, that we also do is to get infrastructure funds, funds maybe like from pension administrators to invest in those large ticket transactions. So putting all of this together, I think the role ultimately for financial institutions or for banks like Sterling is more of collaborative. We collaborate with other stakeholders that will help to in the risk sharing mechanism, designing the risk sharing mechanism, and also designing a disciplined cash flow design. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the conclusion of this panel. But before we go, we can take 2 questions. So I have 1, 2 sorted. Please can you get the microphone? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthony. I'm a software engineer. Very excited to be here today. I've learned so much today. I've gotten so much insight, especially from the Lamata boss. I didn't know, this is the first time I've heard her speak. And she's said so many things that aligns with me, and I'm excited about it, especially the one she said, someone arrested one of the driver because he was trying to collect cash. I used to say that for a city like it's not going to be involved. I've looked a little bit around the world and I've seen how things work outside there. And whenever I come back to my own country, I used to get really upset. And when I know that we have the most talented, the most educated, and the most exposed people in Lagos State, I used to say that for Nigeria to move forward, Lagos State have to get it right. And when you get it right, every other state will follow. So based on the conversation that we've had today, she said something about the people. And people are the people that drive the state. And no matter the technology you put in place, if the people don't do it right, it's irrelevant. The second speaker spoke about public data. Yes, it's very important. If we don't have data, we can't move forward. Like right now, we don't know the number of people that went to driving school in Lagos State. It's like people drive based on vibes. If you see the way people drive, you feel very upset. So data is very, very important. And the third speaker spoke about the last mile.
So it sounds like you're giving us a summary.
Yeah, just a summary.
We're looking forward to your question, sir.
Just to get in line. This last speaker spoke, the third speaker spoke about last mile. If you look at this hall, there's a high chance like 100% of us came here with our private cars. So this is 2026. I love data. And I talk about progress. I don't just want us to have conversation and go back home and nothing changed. This is 2026. I want to see a situation whereby the summit of 2027, maybe 90% of us will come with public transportation. That is the real success. Not we've deployed 200 buses, 500 buses, new technology. We should be able to have metrics that we measure success and progress, so that in the next 10 years, we'll look back and say something has really changed, so that we don't have 2050 conversation and we're still talking about the same thing, because as a country, we're good at talking about things. Thank you. So back to my question. My question is, who do we hold responsible? Because it's good to have this conversation, And the problem I see is that most times we talk about things, we get to, implement these things. And when things goes wrong, everybody's pointing fingers. when we start having people we hold responsible, like we have our boss here, who will say, okay, we don't have bus in this route. I would have been able to come to this event with a public transport, but I can't because the last mile is an issue. So we should start holding our stakeholders accountable. And that's why I actually came for this show. So I'm very excited to be here, and thank you for all the inputs.
Thank you very much. Who do we hold responsible? Thank you for your question. One more question at the back.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Umar Mohammed from HBM Energy Oil Services, all the way from Kano. I want to ask, based on the last, the person that talked about finance, I just want to go straight forward to this because we are a private company dealing with in transportation, logistics, and all this across many northern states. Though we have a lot of trucks already currently moving things around, including petrol, and other products, agriculture, all those things. So, but the issue of finance, because that's basically what we are looking at, because we have what we have currently, and we needed more of it. And then in this, we bank with Sterling Bank, of course. I just want to say the access to this finance, you understand, how does it come at ease to us so that we can be able to actually benefit from it, so that we can be able to expand our business in a way that it can benefit both of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's a question on financing. And the first question, I think, Madam Engineer.
Thank you. Really, I would say, who do we hold responsible? You should call the customer services number in Lamata. It's your first point of call when you have an issue. We have the ability, we actually have a 24-hour service. So sometimes our people take those phones and we're there and we're able to respond, but we're only able to respond to you in the time that we're servicing. So for instance, the rail lines are open from 6:30 and the last train leaves at 9 o'clock or 9:30. Now, in that time, there will always be somebody to respond to you. The buses start about 5:30 and the last buses finish about 10:30, 11 o'clock. There will always be somebody to respond to you. So Lamata will take the responsibility, and you need to understand that we do not operate buses, but we regulate. So we interface with the operators. What we have done in Lamata is to have private sector who operate and we regulate. And so if you have any challenges with them, please call Lamata in the first instance. We're able a lot of times to resolve a number of issues. The big things is, oh, I left something on the bus, or the driver has driven badly. The most important thing to ensure that you are responded to effectively is to take the number of the bus, not necessarily the registration number, but every bus has an identification number. When you can take that, we will immediately be able to tell you who the operator was, and the operator will be able to tell us, so long as we know what time it is, who the driver of that bus was. So there's so many ways in which we can deal with that. Lamata is able to respond to at least 95% of the queries that people have out on the field. Now, the other challenge we sometimes have is about ticketing. That also comes to us because we deal with that. So Lamata is your first point of call when you have any challenges.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Madam Akinyosoye, I think you'll take the next question on financing.
Okay, thank you very much. So the question was around how you can access financing for your business, right? If I'm correct. Was that the question? Okay, so when I presented earlier, when I spoke earlier, I mentioned the fact that the goal for us as business or financial institution is to bank the entire value chain, because just banking parts of this ecosystem does not do the job at the end of the day. So depending on whichever, where your business or your business falls within the value chain, there's a product for you in terms of them. And there's clarity. I say this all the time, capital follows clarity, but if you're able to provide clarity around what you do, then we can help you to structure transactions or structure financing to support your business. You know, if you're able to provide that transparency around your business and whatever it is that you do, structuring deals or structuring financing to support that business would not be a problem. So whichever side of the value chain or sector or cadre that you find yourself, there's always something for you. For the people in the logistics space, for instance, we have logistics finance, we have invoices counting, we have receivables financing for people in the logistics space. So it depends on the aspect you want us to finance. And our goal, honestly, as an organization, is to focus on the entire value chain, not just one aspect of it, like funding Lamata. It's interesting and sweet to fund in Lamata because Lamata have all their master plan all planned out and all of that. But the idea is to follow it through, even to the lowest cadre of the value chain.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kinyosoye. So to close out this first panel, I would need each panelist to give us your thoughts on, in 1 minute, what do you think we need to do to drop the logistics costs in Nigeria by 30% over the next 2 years? Final word. You start. Oh, engineer, I like that. So I'll follow you. I'll start with Mr. Emmanuel. And these are your final words, the closing shot.
I thought it was International Women's Day, so women should go first. No, really, to be honest, is to go for more energy efficient infrastructure. And I think that's what we're doing on the waterways. We have a big project called the Omi Eco project, which we just secured funding for. And it's a 5-year project which has started already, and strictly electric ferries. So really, it's just going the more energy efficient way. That's just my own 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Leaning on what Mr. Emmanuel was saying, I think, and basically what the whole concept of the conversation has been. I think also on the comments from, I think, one of the gentlemen in the audience, I think intentional integration of all our modes of transport is obviously ongoing. And the investments are there to see. Investments in green tech, obviously to mitigate the fluctuations in energy, in cost of transportation. Obviously, you can see how recent events in terms of the war has affected us all the way down here in Nigeria. It just goes to show how interconnected the entire world is and how we need to almost look inwards to actually find solutions to our problems. One of the problems, and Corey is already answering it in terms of providing EV mobility. We're doing same with the electric ferry, which Dami also mentioned they are also working on. We are starting a pilot program from tomorrow. It's just one ferry running between Marina and VI, just to create the awareness of green mobility in terms of water transportation. So yeah, I think those two things, synchronizing modes of transportation and green technology, would help us to get to where we need to be.
Thank you very much, sir. Please put your hands together for him. Mrs. Akinyosoye.
Okay, so for me, I think from the financial institution perspective, the approach for me is not just about lending, but structuring bankable deals through collaboration, like I earlier mentioned, risk sharing, and disciplined cash flow design. That will be it for me.
Thank you very much, Madam Akinyosoye. And to our Amazon, Engineer Abimbola.
Okay, thank you. I think there's a thing that we say, fragmentation increases cost, integration reduces it. And I think today we've spoken about that. The more that we improve the efficiencies in our ports, the more that we move away from port to road and we move to port to multimodal systems, we utilize all modes of transportation to ensure that the logistics system in Lagos actually functions efficiently. I believe that we will begin to see reduction in costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for this fantastic panel. That brings us to the end of the first panel of the Nigeria Transport and Logistics Summit 2026. You can continue clapping.
Should they not come to the middle of the
Lighting up the skies in a golden array. The world is waking, dreams underway. Good morning, it's a beautiful sterling day. Good morning, let's shine in every...
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a wonderful panel, right? We learned something about fixing a really core problem that we have. We promised you the opportunity to network. So we're going to give you some time to stretch your legs, get something to drink before we come back in to continue the event. We are running a little behind on time, so I would like to crave your indulgence to please say that we'll be back in the room in 20 minutes, which puts us circa around 1:30, but no later than 1:30 we can kick off. So please, as you walk out the door to your right, you can grab something to drink. Please take the opportunity to network. I hope you've been networking on your tables, but please do that, and then we will see you back in the room to kick off at 1:30 sharp. Thank you so much.
Now, so they do for here. This my new 9 to 5 that is using private cars to pick up someone. And not just anyone, no, an electric vehicle at that, or more.
Good morning, ma. Hope you had a great night rest today.
Good morning. I certainly did. Thank you.
My name is Samuel. I'm in charge of taking you safely to office today.
No noise at all from the car or any combustion. I even had to tell the driver to reduce the AC, make them not use cold wound me. Samuel, could you please turn down the AC a little bit? It's really cold in here. This Cap Zero really makes sense, Sha. Nice.
If you love your employees, show it. Sign them up on Cap Zero today. Email us at info@capzero.ng to get started.
Now, so they do for here. This my new 9 to 5 that is using private cars to pick up someone. And not just anyone, no, an electric vehicle at that, or more.
Good morning, ma. Hope you had a great night rest today.
Good morning. I certainly did. Thank you.
My name is Samuel. I'm in charge of taking you safely to office today.
No noise at all from the car or any combustion. I even had to tell the driver to reduce the AC, make them not use cold wound me. Samuel, could you please turn down the AC a little bit? It's really cold in here. This Cap Zero really makes sense, Sha. Nice.
If you love your employees, show it. Sign them up on Cap Zero today. Email us at info@capzero.ng to get started.
With just 20% down payment and the rest spread across 60 months, you can drive home a Corey electric vehicle today. Every Corey EV comes with a free AC home charger. We also install it for you at no extra cost. Need to power up while you're out? We have 10 plus charging stations across Lagos, and the network keeps growing. Plus, with our buyback scheme, you have future flexible and peace of mind when you're ready for your next upgrade. So what are you waiting for? Send us a DM today to get your own Corey EV.
Every morning in Lagos, same story. You wake up early, rush to the train station, and before you even get on, somebody don't elbow you twice. You squeeze yourself inside, everybody pushing, everybody sweating, everybody late. Then you finally reach your stop and think the wahala don't finish, but no. Now you have to join that long bus queue. You stand there, you wait, you check your time, you wait again. But what if you didn't have to do any of that? Omnibus is changing the way Lagos moves. Instead of fighting for space or standing in a long queue that doesn't seem to move, you step onto the water. Smooth, fast, stress-free. From CMS Niwa Jetty, Omnibus takes you straight to Falomo 5 Carry in Ikoyi and Caverton Jetty on Ozumba. No pushing, no waiting, no drama. Just you, the breeze, and the Lagos waterway doing the work. Your morning doesn't have to be a battle. With Omnibus, you arrive calm, you arrive on time, and you arrive like somebody that actually slept well. Omnibus, move better, move smarter, move Lagos.
Now, so they do for here. This my new 9 to 5 that is using private cars to pick up someone. And not just anyone, no, an electric vehicle at that, or more.
Good morning, ma. Hope you had a great night rest today.
Good morning. I certainly did. Thank you.
My name is Samuel. I'm in charge of taking you safely to office today.
No noise at all from the car or any combustion. I even had to tell the driver to reduce the AC, make them not use cold wound me. Samuel, could you please turn down the AC a little bit? It's really cold in here. This Cap Zero really makes sense, Sha. Nice.
If you love your employees, show it. Sign them up on Cap Zero today. Email us at info@capzero.ng to get started.
With just 20% 20% down payment and the rest spread across 60 months, you can drive home a Corey electric vehicle today. Every Corey EV comes with a free AC home charger. We also install it for you at no extra cost. Need to power up while you're out? We have 10 plus charging stations across Lagos, and the network keeps growing. Plus, with our buyback scheme, you have future flexible and peace of mind when you're ready for your next upgrade. So what are you waiting for? Send us a DM today to get your own Corey EV.
Every morning in Lagos, same story. You wake up early, rush to the train station, and before you even get on, somebody don't elbow you twice. You squeeze yourself inside, everybody pushing, everybody sweating, everybody late. Then you finally reach your stop and think the wahala don't finish. But no, now you have to join that long bus queue. You stand there, you wait, you check your time, you wait again. But what if you didn't have to do any of that? Omnibus is changing the way Lagos moves. Instead of fighting for space or standing in a long queue that doesn't seem to move, you step onto the water. Smooth, fast, stress-free. From CMS Niwa Jetty, Omnibus takes you straight to Falomo 5 Carry in Ikoyi and Caverton Jetty on Ozumba. No pushing, no waiting, no drama. Just you, the breeze, and the Lagos waterway doing the work. Your morning doesn't have to be a battle. With Omnibus, you arrive calm, you arrive on time, and you arrive like somebody that actually slept well. Omnibus, move better, move smarter, move Lagos.
Now, so they do for here. This is my new 9 to 5 that is using private cars to pick up someone. And not just anyone, no. An electric vehicle at that, or more.
Good morning, ma. Hope you had a great night rest today.
Good morning. I certainly did. Thank you.
My name is Samuel. I'm in charge of taking you safely to office today.
No noise at all from the car or any combustion. I even had to tell the driver to reduce the AC. Me, they don't use cold wound me. Samuel, could you please turn down the AC a little bit? It's really cold in here. This Cap Zero really makes sense, Sha. Nice.
If you love your employees, show it. Sign them up on Cap Zero today. Email us at info@capzero.ng to get started.
With just 20% down payment and the rest spread across 60 months, you can drive home a Corey electric vehicle today. Every Corey EV comes with a free AC home charger. We also install it for you at no extra cost. Need to power up while you're out? We have 10 plus charging stations across Lagos, and the network keeps growing. Plus, with our buyback scheme, you have future flexible and peace of mind when you're ready for your next upgrade. So what are you waiting for? Send us a DM today to get your own Corey EV.
Every morning in Lagos, same story. You wake up early, rush to the train station, and before you even get on, somebody don't elbow you twice. You squeeze yourself inside, everybody pushing, everybody sweating, everybody late. Then you finally reach your stop and think the wahala don't finish. But no, now you have to join that long bus queue. You stand there, you wait, you check your time, you wait again. But what if you didn't have to do any of that? Omnibus is changing the way Lagos moves. Instead of fighting for space or standing in a long queue that doesn't seem to move, you step onto the water. Smooth, fast, stress-free. From CMS Niwa Jetty, Omnibus takes you straight to Falomo 5 Carry in Ikoyi and Caverton Jetty on Ozumba. No pushing, no waiting, no drama. Just you, the breeze, and the Lagos waterway doing the work. Your morning doesn't have to be a battle. With Omnibus, you arrive calm, you arrive on time, and you arrive like somebody that actually slept well. Omnibus, move better, move smarter, move Lagos.
Now, so they do for here. This is my new 9 to 5 that is using private cars to pick up someone. And not just anyone, no. An electric vehicle at that, or more.
Good morning, ma. Hope you had a great night rest today.
Good morning. I certainly did. Thank you.
My name is Samuel. I'm in charge of taking you safely to office today.
No noise at all from the car or any combustion. I even had to tell the driver to reduce the AC, make them not use coal wound me. Samuel, could you please turn down the AC a little bit? It's really cold in here. This Cab Zero really makes sense, Sha. Nice.
If you love your employees, show it. Sign them up on Cab Zero today. Email us at info@cabzero.ng to get started.
With just 20% down payment and the rest spread across 60 months, you can drive home the Corey electric vehicle today. Every Corey EV comes with a free AC home charger. We also install it for you at no extra cost. Need to power up while you're out? We have 10 plus charging stations across Lagos, and the network keeps growing. Plus, with our buyback scheme, you have future flexible and peace of mind when you're ready for your next upgrade. So what are you waiting for? Send us a DM today to get your own Corey EV.
Every morning in Lagos, same story. You wake up early, rush to the train station, and before you even get on, somebody don't elbow you twice. You squeeze yourself inside, everybody pushing, everybody sweating, everybody late. Then you finally reach your stop and think the wahala don't finish, but no. Now you have to join that long bus queue. You stand there, you wait, you check your time, you wait again. But what if you didn't have to do any of that? Omnibus is changing the way Lagos moves. Instead of fighting for space or standing in a long queue that doesn't seem to move, you step onto the water. Smooth, fast, stress-free. From CMS Niwa Jetty, Omnibus takes you straight to Falomo 5 Carry in Ikoyi, Cavaton Jetty on Ozumba. No pushing, no waiting, no drama. Just you, the breeze, and the Lagos waterway doing the work. Your morning doesn't have to be a battle. With Omnibus, you arrive calm, you arrive on time, and you arrive like somebody that actually slept well. Omnibus, move better, move smarter, move Lagos.
Now, so they do for here. This is my new 9 to 5 that is using private cars to pick up someone. And not just anyone, no. An electric vehicle at that, or more.
Good morning, ma. Hope you had a great night rest today.
Good morning. I certainly did. Thank you.
My name is Samuel. I'm in charge of taking you safely to office today.
No noise at all from the car or any combustion. I even had to tell the driver to reduce the AC, make them not use coal wound me. Samuel, could you please turn down the AC a little bit? It's really cold in here. This Cab Zero really makes sense, Sha. Nice.
If you love your employees, show it. Sign them up on Cab Zero today. Email us at info@cabzero.ng to get started.
With just 20% down payment and the rest spread across 60 months, you can drive home the Corey electric vehicle today. Every Corey EV comes with a free AC home charger. We also install it for you at no extra cost. Need to power up while you're out? We have 10 plus charging stations across Lagos, and the network keeps growing. Plus, with our buyback scheme, you have future flexible and peace of mind when you're ready for your next upgrade. So what are you waiting for? Send us a DM today to get your own Corey EV.
Every morning in Lagos, same story. You wake up early, rush to the train station, and before you even get on, somebody don't elbow you twice. You squeeze yourself inside, everybody pushing, everybody sweating, everybody late. Then you finally reach your stop and think the wahala don't finish, but no. Now you have to join that long bus queue. You stand there, you wait, you check your time, you wait again. But what if you didn't have to do any of that? Omnibus is changing the way Lagos moves. Instead of fighting for space or standing in a long queue that doesn't seem to move, you step onto the water. Smooth, fast, stress-free. From CMS Niwa Jetty, Omnibus takes you straight to Falomo 5 Carry in Ikoyi and Cavaton Jetty on Ozumba. No pushing, no waiting, no drama. Just you, the breeze, and the Lagos waterway doing the work. Your morning doesn't have to be a battle. With Omnibus, you arrive calm, you arrive on time, and you arrive like somebody that actually slept well. Omnibus, move better, move smarter, move Lagos.
Now, so they do for here. This my new 9 to 5 that is using private cars to pick up someone. And not just anyone, no. An electric vehicle at that, or more.
Good morning, ma. Hope you had a great night rest today.
Good morning. I certainly did. Thank you.
My name is Samuel. I'm in charge of taking you safely to office today.
No noise at all from the car or any combustion. I even had to tell the driver to reduce the AC. Me, they don't use cold wound me. Samuel, could you please tone down the AC a little bit? It's really cold in here. This Cap Zero really makes sense, Sha. Nice.
If you love your employees, show it. Sign them up on Cap Zero today. Email us at info@capzero.ng to get started.
With just 20% down payment and the rest spread across 60 months, you can drive home a Corey electric vehicle today. Every Corey EV comes with a free AC home charger. We also install it for you at no extra cost. Need to power up while you're out? We have 10 plus charging stations across Lagos, and the network keeps growing. Plus, with our buyback scheme, you have future flexible and peace of mind when you're ready for your next upgrade. So what are you waiting for? Send us a DM today to get your own Corey EV.
Every morning in Lagos, same story. You wake up early, rush to the train station, and before you even get on, somebody don't elbow you twice. You squeeze yourself inside, everybody pushing, everybody sweating, everybody late. Then you finally reach your stop and think the wahala don't finish, but no. Now you have to join that long bus queue. You stand there, you wait, you check your time, you wait again. But what if you didn't have to do any of that? Omnibus is changing the way Lagos moves. Instead of fighting for space or standing in a long queue that doesn't seem to move, you step onto the water. Smooth, fast, stress-free. From CMS Niwa Jetty, Omnibus takes you straight to Falomo 5 Carry in Ikoyi and Cavaton Jetty on Ozumba. No pushing, no waiting, no drama. Just you, the breeze, and the Lagos waterway doing the work. Your morning doesn't have to be a battle. With Omnibus, you arrive calm, you arrive on time, and you arrive like somebody that actually slept well. Omnibus, move better, move smarter, move Lagos.
Now, so they do for here. This my new 9 to 5 that is using private cars to pick up someone. And not just anyone, no. An electric vehicle at that, or more.
Good morning, ma. Hope you had a great night rest today.
Good morning. I certainly did. Thank you.
My name is Samuel. I'm in charge of taking you safely to office today.
No noise at all from the car or any combustion. I even had to tell the driver to reduce the AC. Me, they don't use cold wound me. Samuel, could you please tone down the AC a little bit? It's really cold in here. This Cap Zero really makes sense, Sha. Nice.
If you love your employees, show it. Sign them up on Cap Zero today. Email us at info@capzero.ng to get started.
With just 20% 20% down payment and the rest spread across 60 months, you can drive home a Corey electric vehicle today. Every Corey EV comes with a free AC home charger. We also install it for you at no extra cost. Need to power up while you're out? We have 10 plus charging stations across Lagos, and the network keeps growing. Plus, with our buyback scheme, you have future flexible and peace of mind when you're ready for your next upgrade. So what are you waiting for? Send us a DM today to get your own Corey EV.
Okay. I hope everybody's had a
Every
stretch
morning
break.
in Lagos, same story. You wake up early, rush to the train station, and before you even get on, somebody don't elbow you twice. You squeeze yourself inside, everybody pushing, everybody sweating, everybody late. Then you finally reach your stop and think the wahala don't finish, but no. Now you have to join that long bus queue. You stand there, you wait, you check your time, you wait again. But what if you didn't have to do any of that? Omnibus is changing the way Lagos moves. Instead of fighting for space or standing in a long queue that doesn't seem to move, you step onto the water. Smooth, fast, stress-free. From CMS Niwa Jetty, Omnibus takes you straight to Falomo 5 Kari in Ikoyi and Cabaton Jetty on Ozumba. No pushing, no waiting, no drama. Just you, the breeze, and the Lagos waterway doing the work. Your morning doesn't have to be a battle. With Omnibus, you arrive calm, you arrive on time, and you arrive like somebody that actually slept well. Omnibus, move better, move smarter, move Lagos.
Now, so they do for here. This is my new 9 to 5 that is using private cars to pick up someone. And not just anyone, no, an electric vehicle at that, or more.
Good morning, ma. Hope you had a great night rest today.
Good morning, I certainly did, thank you.
My name is Samuel. I'm in charge of taking you safely to office today.
No noise at all from the car, or any combustion. I even had to
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we could please make our way back into the hall so we can settle and get started. Thank you very much. Can we have everyone back in the hall, please?
This Cap Zero really makes sense, Sha. Nice.
If you love your employees, show it. Sign them up on Cab Zero today. Email us at info@cabzero.ng to get started.
With just 20% down payment and the rest spread across 60 months, you can drive home a Corey electric vehicle today. Every Corey EV comes with a free AC home charger. We also install it for you at no extra cost. Need to power up while you're out? We have 10 plus charging stations across Lagos, and the network keeps growing. Plus, with our buyback scheme, you have future flexible and peace of mind when you're ready for your next upgrade. So what are you waiting for? Send us a DM today to get your own Corey EV.
Every morning in Lagos, same story. You wake up early, rush to the train station, and before you even get on, somebody don't elbow you twice. You squeeze yourself inside, everybody pushing, everybody sweating, everybody late. Then you finally reach your stop and think the wahala don't finish, but no. Now
All right.
you have to join that long
Welcome back,
bus queue.
ladies and
You
gentlemen.
stand there, you wait,
As I said earlier,
you check your time,
I hope we've all
you
had a
wait
good
again.
stretch.
But what if
Had
you didn't have
something
to
to
do
drink.
any of
We
that?
are going to be moving very quickly
Omnibus is changing
back
the way
into
Lagos moves.
today's event.
Instead of fighting for space
But before we
or
do
standing
that,
in a long
I said
queue
at
that
the
doesn't seem
beginning
to move,
that
you step
I did a bit
onto the
canvas
water.
of the room. How many people walked here? How many people came by
Fast,
road?
stress-free.
And I
From
also asked
CMS
about
Niwa
air.
Jetty,
So we have
Omnibus takes you straight to Falomo
some
5
people here with
Kari in
us today
Ikoyi
who traveled
and
all the
Cabaton
way
Jetty on
by air from
Ozumba.
Abuja.
No pushing,
And I'd
no
just like to
waiting,
recognize
no
the presence
drama.
of the delegates
Just
from
you, the breeze,
NADDC,
and the Lagos
Mrs.
waterway
Joke
doing the
Onireti,
work.
the HOD
Your
Industrial
morning doesn't have to be a
Infrastructure,
battle.
and
With
Mr.
Omnibus,
Emmanuel
you arrive
Roselu,
calm, you
the
arrive
technical
on time,
assistant
and
to
you
the
arrive
DG
like somebody
CEO.
that
We thank
actually
you for
slept
making
well.
it all the way down to Lagos to
Omnibus,
join us today.
move better, move
Also
smarter,
representing the
move
DG
Lagos.
of NIMASA, Dr. Mobiola. We also thank you, sir, for sending a representative. So as we move on to our next agenda item,
Anyone, no,
We've
An
talked about the challenges, we've
electric
talked about the
vehicle as
opportunities.
that.
Now it's talk about
morning,
how
ma'am.
we
Glad
are
to get you.
financing this
Good
sector.
morning. I certainly
So
do.
we're going to
Thank
have
you.
a fireside chat titled Unlocking Capital for Nigeria's
No
Mobility
noise at all
Future.
from the car or any combustion.
Our
I just
host
had
for
to
this
tell the
fireside
driver to
chat
reduce
is
the
none
AC, make
other
dem
than
no
the
use
Product
call
Marketing
Wunmi.
and CX Renewable Energy
Hello.
and Tourism Mobility
Could you
Product
please
Marketing
turn
Officer
down the
Uju
AC?
Akilolu. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes up stage. And she'll be introducing her co-panelists. Please, let's make her feel welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a beautiful event today. I've had the opportunity to learn a lot, and you may not know it, the bank is also gathering insights from all the conversations that we've had today for how best we can improve our service offerings and our finance offerings for all those represented here, all the players in the ecosystem represented here. So thank you and welcome. This is the fireside chat, and permit me to read out the profiles of the speakers that we have today. We have two panelists that will be joining our fireside chat. Please welcome with me to the stage, Javier Exasherel. He is the Regional Director of Propaco, also representing the AFD Group. He will be talking about the DFI perspective on long-term catalyst capital. You're welcome. Please also welcome Olukayode Oyebamboshe. He's the Group Head of Credit Risk Management at Sterling Bank. He would also be talking from a commercial banking lens on risk, credit, and capital deployments. Good afternoon. Mobility isn't just a sector, it's the backbone of trade, productivity, and economic growth. Yet the capital required to power it at scale remains significantly constrained. So today we're asking a critical question. How do we unlock the right capital at the right scale with the right structure to truly transform Nigeria's mobility ecosystem? And more importantly, one of the things that we want to be able to achieve today is to bridge the gap between global capital and local realities, risk management and growth enablement. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. So I would want to start with you, Xavier. Today, 43% of AFD's activity directly concerns Africa. Could you give us a brief overview of Propaco and the work that you do in financing infrastructure in Nigeria and other emerging markets?
Thank you, Uju. Hi, everyone. So I'm delighted to be here today. I'm new to Nigeria, so please bear with me. I'm new. I'm the new director for Propaco in Nigeria. So Propaco is a development finance institution. It's the private sector arm of the AFD Group, the French development agency. As far as Propaco is concerned, we've been present here for maybe over the past 17 years. We have invested about $1.5 billion in different sectors of the economy in Nigeria. In a nutshell, our strategy is threefold. The first one is to boost what we call a resilient economy. And on this, we are trying to work on three sub-pillars. The first one is to boost SMEs and MSMEs, because even if we need big champions in Nigeria, big corporates, we also need, and we all know that the MSME segment is the bulk of the economy in any country in the world. The second sub-pillar is to strengthen the financial system. And so we have been actively working with all tier 1 and tier 2 banks in Nigeria, including Sterling Bank. And it's also, the third sub-pillar is to boost the capacity production and transformation in Nigeria to boost value addition, the value chain, and local employment. The second pillar is what we call the planet. It means that we want to boost everything related to climate change through the financing of renewable energy or energy efficiency, or projects in the field of biodiversity, even if from a banking perspective, it's more difficult to approach. The third and final pillar for the strategy of Proparco globally and in Nigeria in particular is linked to reducing inequalities, gender inequalities, social, territorial. So it's what we are doing in Nigeria. As far as infrastructure and transport is concerned, 50% of what we are doing in the infrastructure field is through transport. And we have a special focus on urban mobility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Xavier. So from a development finance perspective, how large is the financing gap in Nigeria's mobility and logistics sector, and where is it most acute today?
Thank you. So again, I'm new to Nigeria, so I will try to not to be too academic, but in relative terms, we have an indicator to measure the quality and adequation of infrastructure, especially transport in a country, which is the ratio between the stock of infrastructure on the GDP. The World Bank, for instance, consider that when we reach 70% of stock out of the GDP, it's a good level to maintain, develop, and to modernize infrastructure. In Nigeria, as you know, this ratio is only 30%. So even if I don't like comparisons, but like to do it anyway, if we compare Nigeria, for instance, to South Africa, this ratio reaches 60%, which shows a stronger commitment to this sector. In value term this time, the financing gap, both public and private, is estimated actually by the National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan at about $150 billion a year. And this is to reach the 70% ratio that I just mentioned. And the main chunk of this gap is transportation that can be estimated around $75 billion a year as a financing gap. Obviously, the federal contribution allocated to this sector is sizable, but it's not sufficient, and that's why we need to embark the private sector. In addition, as my colleague said in the previous session, we need to work together to reach the goal. In terms of subsectors involved, where I would say the financial needs are the most acute, I would say roads, because if I'm not mistaken, we have about 70% in Nigeria of the 200,000 kilometers of roads that are asphalted. So it means that it requires a lot of investment, and it's estimated around like $40 billion a year. Then we have railways. So a speaker in the previous session rightly highlighted the fact that it was underdeveloped in Nigeria in comparison to other countries. I think it's about 1% of GDP represented by the railways. So there is a lot of improvement to do. And this requires about like $15 billion a year of financing gaps. Ports, they are often saturated, and this is the same range, like $10 billion a year. And finally, maybe airport, where requirements gaps are about like $3 billion. Sorry for all the figures, but it's to characterize the financing gap that I see from as an outsider.
Thank you, Xavier. So, Kayode, I would like to bring you in here. Does that align with what you see from the commercial banking side? So we're referring to how large the gap is in financing and where is it more acute today?
Thank you, Uju. Thank you, Javier, and good afternoon, everyone. So the figure that the Propaco man has been quoting, accurately quoted, and it captured the exact lack. However, why it's acute for the sector is because of, so if I dimension into three buckets, the big boys, I mean the aviation, the vessel guys, the one that has the structured, while the other side for the unstructured part of it. So for the structured part of logistics and transportation, why they are structured, why they have their numbers, why they have corporate governance, why they have a board, they have a management team, the funding requirement there is always very steep. I mean, for instance, now, if I say the CEO of Runway should give me his funding need as of today, I'm sure all of us here will be dazed. But if I look at the unstructured part of it, which is where the bulk of the thing sits, that's where it's acute. And it's acute in two ways. How do I go or put financing behind entities that are not bankable? When I say they are not bankable, I mean why Professor Adedipe was speaking and why the first panel and the panelists were also speaking. They made mention of how fragmented the space is. I mean, there are plenty Kayode Limited or Kayode and Daughter or Kayode and Son that has 12 buses plying maybe Lagos to Ibadan. There are different bucket of people that are running the tricycle. There are different kind of people that are running even the boat business, the very business. Maybe they have 5, they have 4. They make their millions. If you see their account statement, some of them make a whole lot of money, but they can't account for how it's been spent. Some of them are still running the businesses in their personal name. So when they come to me as a bank or as a financier, it's hard for me to know that if I give this man, let's say additional, I enable him to double his present fleet, maybe from 10 cars to 20. But how do I get the 20 cars? The man sitting across me is sure that he knows the need he has presently. But he needs to be able to, there's no data or there's no record for me as a bank to support where I'm putting my capital into. And remember, as a bank or as a financial body, you are lending some deposit that is committed to your hand in trust, meaning that you must be able to see from the start how the money will be repaid. So one of the fundamental problems that is bedeviling the logistics and transportation business is around the people. I also borrow what the GM of Lamata said. It's been time-tested fact that it's people with, should I use lion heart, that operate in logistics and transportation business. It's not for mere mortals. That means you are dealing with people that, because of the things that is bedeviling the environment, they've adapted to that nuances, and in their day-to-day operations, that's how they behave. But also, we've also seen the opportunity that is abound there. You cannot say the sector is not full with opportunities. And those are the things that we've tried so hard to learn in Sterling. I'm going to use Sterling as an example because what we try to do is we prioritize piloting a lot in Sterling. It will interest you that at this December last year, for 2 months, some members of my team were staying with the, what's the association called? The people in charge of tricycle. Toan. Because we're trying to do some funding for them. We had to be in the office and in that environment for more than 2 months to actually put evidence to what is being claimed. I mean, people sit in keke, napep, and go and journey with the guy as if they are bus conductor, just to understand how the place, to understand how the thinking of the people there is. And in that small circle, we are able to scale it and see, okay, fine, if he works in the sector of like 100 people, this can be scaled because the opportunity is there. And the fact that we also are mindful of how to impact that space and how key they are. So it's very acute because the data is not there. You can't just sit down on your desktop and get all the things you want to get. You have to be on the field. You have to be able to have the heart that you want to play in there to understand it. So it's a bit, it's acute, but if you take your time to understand what is there, it's something that is supportable.
Yes, so I have a follow-up question. I want to highlight two main points that you brought about. Okay. The one is the informality of the sector, and the second is the limited access to data. Yes. So how does this affect your credit models, and how would you materially improve your ability to lend?
Okay. So the first one, it makes it to, so the easiest way for me to do if I see a transportation business or a logistics business, especially in the unstructured part of it, is to say no. To say no and walk away. That will be the easiest way. But because I know how transportation is key to us, especially in Sterling, because we know that if I want to go meet the people that will sign off or I want to defend the credit too, I need to be able to assume the role of that business owner, which is why I gave the example that I gave. It might also interest you that even me, while I was growing up on this job, the first rail line, the first BRT of these, the first set of BRT in Lagos, for more than 6 months, I was doing bus conductor on those things, from Marina down to Ikorodu, because I need to understand how I'm going to collect my money.
That's a very interesting
It's the
one.
first time.
Yes.
There was no, now the GM Lawanta is saying there's now carry card. That time is cash and carry. At a point, I become a ball boy because it was so bad in that place I was working that they had to send us back to the field. Guys, these billions are too much. Go and find a way to recover it. So the nuances of all those those are the things that lead to the carry card, the coin arrangements, the mode of collections, and how to even fund the wallet arrangement. Because these people, the woman gave an example that you should not encourage cash payment. The structure there for the bank that is participating is that there should be no cash exchange at any point in time. From when you are entering the bus, come with your card preloaded. That guarantees my collection. When you are tapping out at the entrance of those, all those buses have tap out and tapping. Those are the methods that ensure that if I give you money, I can ensure collection. Because the people in that, and with all due respect to people playing there, I'm not saying they are like this. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the system and the sector is porous and it can be easily exploited. Dealing with the structure part of it is a bit easier. So I lock, for example, Rano here. I'll just sit down with that man sitting there, get his CFO, get his accountant, get his business plan and everything. I will see his numbers because they are financials. I bank them, that's why I can speak like that. So they are financials, they've been running the numbers. Even though in the space of aviation too, banks always run away from that too. The track record of the available data is not very nice. But both the bank and even the operator, we are getting better at it. On a daily basis, we are learning from the asset that you are funding, from the structure that you are running. There are different models that is now available in the aviation space now. There are different arrangements, there are leasing arrangements, there are straight purchase. There are ways to make sure that even the route that they are going about to what's it called, the opportunity exists. There's a need. You know that they understand the market. You can easily put your money there because it becomes bankable when there's data. When there's no data, before you put your money there, try and understand what goes in there. Which is why I'm saying that what we've tried to do in Sterling is to understand the market. We don't just go in there blindly. There's no, even the human beings in the space, we fund them. I mean, we fund bicycle, we fund tricycle, we fund keke, we fund bus, we fund plane, we fund diesel. We play across from the the fragmented part down to the structure part, because we take our time to understand how it works in there.
Thank you very much, Kayode. So, Xavier, I want to just ride on what Kayode has said. For DFIs, do you see this as a structural barrier or an opportunity for innovation? So we're speaking to the fact that there's some structured parts of the mobility ecosystem, and then there's the informal part of it. So do you see this as a barrier or an opportunity for innovation? Okay, so I wanted you to get like a DFI perspective on that. So when you see informal sectors or sectors that have some sort of informality, for you, is that a barrier to funding, or is it an opportunity for innovation?
It's both a risk and an opportunity, actually. And so when we are financing projects in transportation or in any project anyway, it's important to have an holistic approach. And obviously, we know that we have an informal sector, which is actually more than sizable in Nigeria. And so the success of a project that we can finance as a DFI is to take care of this and to include. That's why I was saying earlier that as a strategy, we have also something to do in terms of inclusion and reduction of inequalities. Reduction of inequalities in how to bring people in the informal system on board of our project. If I take an example, for instance, of what our parent company, actually AFD, is co-financing the OMI-ECO project on the waterways electric ferries. There is something linked to the inclusion of people who are currently working in the informal system, so that when the project is there, they benefit from the project themselves. So it's both a risk and an opportunity.
Absolutely. So since we're now talking more deeply about risk, I'd want to ask you, Javier, what is the key risk factor that typically discourage international capital from entering Nigeria's mobility ecosystem?
Thank you, Ju. So the main risk factors I see, and they are not necessarily specific to Nigeria. The first is necessarily the lack of the limited access to medium and long-term funding for the project. And when we have medium-term funding, it's often with high interest rates. So this is a factor that is important. The second one, and it would be in the economic and financial category of obviously. The second one would be here it's specific to Nigeria, the volatility of the currency, because when you invest in a project as a foreign investor, when you invest one and then the currency in which you invested depreciated by 70% because it's often infrastructure long-term projects, obviously it reduces substantially the IRR of the project. So it's a very acute risk. Then we have also unpredictability of tax laws, especially when you have like retroactive tax laws that are passed, which can affect obviously the visibility that you have as an investor. Still on the political and regulatory side, we have in many countries, and in Nigeria in particular, a complex regulatory framework to get some permits, licenses, red tape. It's kind of impressive. I'm not saying that France is necessarily the good example for not to have red tape, but still in Nigeria, it's also a problem. Inconsistencies in PPP laws also is in terms of enforcement is an issue. Let's say governance is also, and business integrity is also a key risk for foreign investors. So there is way for improvement. Security is a major issue, especially in the north. So we have to factor this risk in Nigeria. And maybe I can finish with it's not the total the final list, but ESG and climate change risk are also a key element to take into consideration, both from a mitigation and from an adaptation perspective. And yeah, I think that's the, the main sector I see.
Great. So now let's move to blended finance. So blended finance is often positioned as like a solution. Xavier, which model has worked in similar markets that can be adopted across Nigeria's infrastructure class?
Thank you for the question. Let's be clear. So let's take a tangible example of what we've done somewhere else to see if it can be replicated in Nigeria. So I will take a project that Proparco and its partners have developed in Senegal. And this project actually used blended finance to attract investors and mitigate risks. So I will take the example of the Dakar Mobilité project that we have financed in Senegal. So it was a 135 million euro BRT project. Actually, it's Sub-Saharan Africa's first 100% electric BRT. And it was done 2 years back or 3 years back. So just to give you just a flavor of this project, we are talking about a fleet of 150 electric buses, 20 kilometers of dedicated lanes, 4 bus lines, 23 stations, 300,000 daily commuters, and a project that is dedicated to reduce by half the time spent in transportations. So it's just to give you an excellent example of combining public and private funds and combining different tools and instruments. It's what we called blended finance. It's to bring together different sources of actors and sources of financial or extra financial tools to boost a project and to increase the viability of a project. So if I zoom in on this project, the first component was DFI loans. So we had like 85 million euros of loans that were provided by Proparco for 50%, and the rest by the Emerging Afra Infrastructure Fund. This was for the equipment. There was another long-term loan, 6 million euros. This was dedicated to financing the replacement of batteries after the cycle life of batteries for electric buses. The second segment of tools is guarantees. And for this, we had 2 types of guarantees. The first is the one provided by MIGA, the arm of the guarantee arm of the World Bank Group, to cover political risks and currency risks. And there was also another type of guarantee provided by the Senegalese government, this time, which was a performance guarantee, because they were expecting 300,000 people daily. If it was not performing, there was a guarantee from the Senegalese government. The other segment of tools in blended finance for this project was technical assistance and subsidies. And here, for instance, we had 9 million euros that were provided by the Private Infrastructure Development Group, TA, because TA is essential to prepare, structure, and secure a project. And this money was used to finance feasibility studies. So to know, for instance, to which extent the electric buses that they had in mind was reliable. A study to understand the infrastructure required as part of the project. There was also another technical assistant dedicated to boosting local capacity building to help the local regulator to pass regulation that are commensurate with the project, and also to train the stakeholders, like drivers, like mechanics, because obviously when you have an electric bus, it's different from a thermal fossil fuel. But so on TA, actually we had other types of technical assistance. Proparco provided some money also to for communication and visibility of the project, to change minds in the population to use and to resort to this kind of network. And we had also for this project a technical assistance by another actor, which is the European Union, that brought 7 million euros. And this was, as I was saying earlier, is to have an holistic approach for this type of project. So to take into consideration ESG issues, women empowerment, to boost community acceptance, and also other things. And obviously, last but not least, the equity portion of the project that were brought by Meridiam and by the Senegalese sovereign government fund. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Xavier. So to wrap up, I have a question directed at both Xavier and Coyote. And this is in terms of the relationship or the collaboration between commercial banks and DFIs. So the question is, how can DFIs and commercial banks work together more efficiently to bridge the gap between long-term capital and the on-ground execution in Nigeria's mobility sector? So Coyote, do you want to go first?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Drew. So let me approach it from two spaces. One, the interest rate environment in the country is high. I remember we said something around the structure being divided into two broad categories, the structure part and the fragmented side. So DFI helps a lot with the blended financing, because as a bank, as a commercial bank, I can get that loan on behalf of the identified client, for example, that I've already worked with or that I've already profiled, and get that funding cheaper, then dilute it with what my normal interest rate will be. Then by extension, and as part of my impact services to the economy or to the sector, give it to them at a cheaper rate. That's one. Two, I can also, some of the DFI that we're also working with also give us guarantees. So they don't want to be involved in whatever you're doing. They are keen on the space, they understand it, then it comes with all those terms and conditions that Javier is describing. That's what a typical DFI will ask you as a commercial lender. They want to know how what your E&S policy is about. They want to know how climate inclined you are. They want to know, are you funding or supporting businesses in this space that are supporting women and child labor and all those things. So in that aspect, it helps a whole lot. Sometimes the technical support that he also mentioned also will help. And so combining it together, it makes you to have some pool of fund that you can use to impact the space at a cheaper rate. It helps you to be able to undertake some developmental financing as well. It also helps you with some training and technical support. I mean, in some, maybe for the shipping space or for the aviation training, it also helps DFI and the personnel. So it's a whole lot of blended finance and blended services, which on the short to medium term, we've benefited it over the years as a bank. We have the Proparcos of the world and several DFIs, both in the continent and outside of the continent, that we work with in Sterling. And it has helped us a whole lot. And also, in the space of EV too, we've also had some partnership with a whole lot of DFIs. I mean, the guys in the green renewable space and the kind of funding they are giving has also helped to help us to impact the sector as a whole. So let me address it.
Thank you. So Xavier, would also want to hear your thoughts on how DFIs and commercial banks can partner much better to provide scaled financing in the mobility sector.
Actually, I will use another acronym, but PPP for me is essential and a good example of what can work for to boost and scale up. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, we have some constraints. in sub-Saharan Africa or in Nigeria. We need to boost the legal framework, the enforcement, etc. But it's still it's very important to for us to boost PPP as a model to scale up. Because actually it enables we can work together with DFIs, commercial banks, private operators. I mentioned earlier the name of Meridiam, which is an operator specialized in financing infrastructure. And so, for instance, commercial banks like to have Meridiam on board because they have the expertise in terms of financial structuring, in terms of managing risks. So it reassures banks that hopefully can accommodate some lower interest rates for this kind of project. And there is also, when you have this kind of PPP project with actors like Meridiam, you have also an ESG alignment. As I was saying, ESG is key in 2026, as it was actually, it has always been the case, but it's more critical on this. And yeah, so long story short, PPP, even if we need to boost the environment, is a good way to scale up this kind of project, especially in transport.
Thank you, Xavier. So we're going to open up the floor to questions. We can only take 2 questions. Do we have 2 people that want to ask questions? As much as possible, please tell us who you are directing your question to. Any questions from the house? There's someone far behind.
Hello, good afternoon all. It's good to be here since morning. My name is Onyinye. I'm the author of The Climate Puzzle, talk more about climate change, renewable energy. So my question is towards Xavier. You said a lot about the things your company offer. I heard you say you support women, climate change, renewable energy. Are you doing anything specific, whether renewable energy or green mobility here in Nigeria? Any of your projects pointing towards that? Thank you.
Again, Proparco is part of the AFD group. And so AFD is actually financing the OmiEco project. So I don't know if I fully understood the question, but for instance, concretely for the OmiEco project that our group has financed with the European Investment Bank, is to combine, and I'm coming back again to the necessity to have an holistic approach towards sustainable development and sustainable development goals, because they are all interconnected. Because you cannot do a project that only serves one purpose, economic, etc. It has to be holistic and to take into consideration the entire value chain. So if we take, for instance, the OmiEco project, where we have electric fleet of ferries, obviously you have to take into consideration the value chain of this. So 100% of the ferries will be electric. And then, given the energy mix of Nigeria, for the project, what is scheduled is to have 40% of electricity needed for electrification of the fleet through renewable energy solar panels. So that again, the main purpose of this project is to de-enclaving and interconnecting the population, facilitating the commuting of people, reducing inequalities, but also to take into consideration the electrical part of the project, because if you have a fleet of electrical ferries and 100% is done through thermal electricity production, we don't have this holistic approach. Obviously, we would have preferred to have 100% of renewable energy to put electricity in the ferries, but still 40% is a first pace, a step towards sustainable development for urban development.
Thank you very much, Xavier. Do we have one more question? Okay, I think that we can bring the session to a close. So if there's one thing that stands out from the conversation, it is that unlocking capital for Nigeria's mobility future is really not just about availability, it's more about alignment. So alignment between the risk and the opportunities. We did mention the challenges we have with informal sectors and the formal sectors, and what a bankable mobility business looks like, and how Sterling Bank is even going into the field to be able to gather the insights that are not readily available in order to be able to bank the informal or unstructured part. We also spoke about global capital and local execution, where Xavier also gave us examples of blended finances and public-private partnerships with commercial banks, operators, and also DFIs in order to execute projects he gave the example of in Senegal. And then innovation and structure, which is something that is needed in the industry. As the industry expands, some of the constraints that we're beginning to see will become the next level of innovation for us to be able to fully provide financing for the industry. So thank you, Kayode, thank you, Xavier, and thank you everyone for being a part of this conversation.
Gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after that conversation, I only have one question. Are you bankable? Did you learn something from that conversation that you're taking back to your organization to ensure that either you know, leaving here today, that you are bankable, or you're on a journey to becoming bankable? I won't take too much time. I know that we've had lots of wonderful conversations so far, and I hope that it has been truly enlightening and illuminating. Our last main plenary session for today, a panel discussion titled Aviation, Clean Mobility, and Nigeria's Trade Advantage. So everything that we've spoken about today, if I was to categorize this next conversation, I would say welcome to the future. So to welcome up the panel, and this is indeed a power-packed panel if I say so myself, to moderate this panel, we have none other than the MD, Mayfair Travels, Mr. Vinod Karani. Please let's make him feel welcome as he comes up stage. And he will be introducing his panelists. Please let's keep clapping, let's make him feel welcome. He's been with us all day.
Good afternoon. And before I go ahead, I have to say it's a task that has been given. We've had a wonderful session earlier, and there's a expectation which has been set, and we hope we're going to get that done much easily. A few changes in the panelists. So I'm just going to find the next person I'm supposed to introduce. If you all can allow me to introduce Mr. Alfred Ogunbeni, Managing Director of Sinotrucks Limited. Mr. Alfred is an entrepreneur and the founder, Managing Director of Nigerian Sinotrucks Limited. Aside Nigerian Sinotrucks Limited, he's also founded and manages other businesses, including Alfarni Limited, Intelligent Data Limited, Sinotrucks Leasing, and others. He's also a publisher. He's a member of the Logistic Society of Nigeria and also the Council of Supply Chain Management Professionals. He has a degree in economics. He's married, like some of us, and has the responsibility of children and family. Please. The next I would like to call is Mr. Rada Abubakar Abdullahi. He's an aviation executive, licensed aircraft maintenance engineer with extensive experience spanning airline operations, aircraft maintenance, and organizational leadership. He holds multiple international certifications with type ratings across Boeing, Airbus, and Embraer aircraft platforms. Mr. Abubakar holds a doctorate of business administration and brings a strong blend of engineering, competence, and strategic management capabilities to support operational efficiency, regulatory compliances, and sustainable growth with the aviation sector. Thank you for being here. Please. The next I'm going to invite is an in-house person, Mr. Akinkumi Akikbogun, Vice President, Kore Mobility and Energies Limited. Mr. Akin is a registered civil engineer with a master's degree in water and environment engineering from the University of Lagos. What really defines him is his relentlessness drive to create impact, whether it's through transforming industries, mentoring young professionals, and telling stories that move people. He is a strategist, innovator, mentor, writer, speaker, and above all, believes that the right mindset and determination can change the world altogether. Under Mr. Akin's leadership in the mobility division, Kore has achieved a mark in the Guinness Book of World Record, covering the first EV vehicle to cover 347.11 kilometers in just 12 hours. So I think that deserves an acknowledgement. And thank you for being here. The next person I would like to invite is Dr. Babatunde Afolabi, Executive Director, Development, Skyway Aviation Holding Company, SACO. Dr. Afolabi is the Executive Director of SACO and also leads several personal projects that showcases his technical expertise. Not going too deep, his role, he collaborates and designs teams with define, develop new products, concepts, performed softwares and interface testings, and build mobile application as well at the front end. So you hold the coding and the code for this session to work in the most successful way and for us to be able to share as much knowledge and information as possible today. So thank you all for being here. In my view, I guess I have covered everyone, unless I'm missing, because there have been some changes on the panel list. So thank you all. To start with, if I may, we're going to have, I'm going to throw out some questions to each one of you, not in probably the way it was set out to be, and we are going to address it. Each one of you will have a chance to speak for about 7 to 10 minutes as per your convenience, and then we'll lead on to some questions from the floor. And if the questions given to each one of you would like to be counted or added on by the next person, please feel free to acknowledge that, so we'll go ahead in that format. My name is Vinod Korani, as already introduced. I'm just reminding, it may not be the best and easiest name to remember for most of you here. Our theme of today is about funding the engine of growth, and at its core is just a financial discussion. It is a conversation about the heartbeat of this nation called Nigeria. Transport and logistics are the invisible threads that weave our economy together, connecting the farmers in the north to the markets in the south, and connecting Nigerian businesses to the rest of the world. According to the data provided by Sterling Bank, is that Nigerian transport, mobility, and logistics sector now commands a combined industry value of over 15 trillion naira. So I would like to start the session with a general statement. As Nigeria seeks to strengthen its trade competitiveness, how important is the modernization of both aviation, infrastructure, and ground mobility systems in building a more efficient logistic ecosystem? With the fact that from the previous discussions, Lamata suggested that, or rather from data provided, that the state, Lagos State alone, loses approximately $4 billion worth of productivity every year. Right? And this is because we need to see your views on what you think, since we don't have anyone from that sector, what do you think that the ministry needs to do to ensure that the gridlock that is expected to be created with the growth of the seaport and other traffic modalities, what is it that can be a solution? What sort of investments are you all expecting for this to happen? Because in retrospect, it affects the aviation, for passengers to reach there, the mobility of cargo to move from to different parts of the nation. So what are your views that needs to be taken, steps that need to be taken by the Ministry of Transport? Before I come to individual sectors and individual questions of yours, I would like you all to just take up a minute or two on giving your views on this point. We can start. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think a lot has been said earlier on. There is a bit of disconnect between the transport systems. So if we can explore this option of the ferries, the jetties, bringing them a little bit closer to the airports, and then once they are closer to the airports, you have access to maybe mass transit buses, like EVs, and all of that. I think that will go a long way in reducing the gridlock. And more so that Lagos State government is currently establishing the rail system that is not fully operational, I think, if I'm correct, but that also, when fully operational, will go a long way reducing the pressure on the roads, and passengers and goods will be able to move from one point to another seamlessly.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to speak from the cargo commercial perspective. And for me, when we talk about intermodal, there is a major design problem. Originally, the ports, were designed for a certain volume of cargo. But then with what we have seen over the years, we have outstripped that, capacity. And also evacuating cargo from the port, we need to go back to the original design. The rail lines, when you talk of intermodal, you move from the ship, to the rail, and from the rail, to the trucks. And from there, you can begin to go last mile until we are able to, I mean, it's good that, you know, the president's recent visit to Britain resulted in the signing of a loan agreement to develop and probably increase capacity for the Apapa port and the Tinkan port. There is still a lot of work to be done with the rail line. Now, Lagos State is doing passenger, rail, which is not a bad thing. But then the influx of cargo trucks into Lagos, for example, is a major reason why we have this gridlock. If there is a way we can redesign and make sure we have staging areas where rail lines are able to evacuate cargo from the ports and factories are able to evacuate cargo from the warehouses to a place where the trucks are able to pick them up and take them, up country, then we'll have a lot of breathing space in Lagos. Now, in Lagos alone, you have up to 70% of cargo either terminating in Lagos or originating from Lagos. So there is need for a lot of, policy work to be done, for us to be able to have the breathing space and to be able to gain. And also when you look at it from up country, there is a lot of, when you talk of competitiveness, how can we be competitive as a nation when a whole lot of our, crops are wasting at the farm gates? There is need for a design for be able to evacuate products, from the farm gates, to the factory where they are processed, and then either for local consumption or for export.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
If I can get, sorry, before I get to you, sir, I would like Mr. Akin to give his views so that I can get you straight onto your industry.
Okay, thank you, Vinod. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to look at it from the electrical point of view because, basically, Corey deals with electric vehicles, basically. And I'm going to say it from the point that one of the things that can unlock opportunities that we're struggling with in Lagos as it concerns traffic gridlocks and all of that is how we can make the intermodal systems to be very efficient. What we have is very disjointed. We've got situations where you can hop on a train, you can get on a bus, but the systems are not very efficient in that sense. And then there's no collection. We don't have adequate collection systems that is foolproof. Anyone who's going to be investing in developing the infrastructure and investing in transport they need to have the confidence that they can actually collect their monies back. And if they don't see that pathway, there's a likelihood that they may shy away from investing. And aside that, from the electric point of view, electric cars generally, whether it's for cars, for boats, or any of those things, offer an alternative, innovative option that would economically help those who are operating, whether fleets or that basically using those vehicles to earn more economically. And I'm looking at this from the point of view that the current disruption to the supply chain or even to logistics generally because of the conflict in Iran has brought to fore something that is just as fundamental as it was when COVID hit. I mean, the outcome of COVID was remote work. The outcome of this is energy security. The world and the countries in the world all over would begin to look at it and say, if this is going to happen again, how much would our economy hit? And so the transition into more secured sort of energy sources will become the priority. And so when we're thinking about unlocking those grid locks that we're having, apart from having a system of intermodal system that is working, we need to also integrate innovative energy technology like electric vehicles across all of it, from the train all the way down to the waterways. And I think the last part of this is the infrastructure deficit. At some of the conversations earlier, someone had mentioned that there are about 200,000 roads in Nigeria. 200,000, that's a lot. It's one of the highest in Africa. But just about 30% of it is paved. 30% only is paved. And I'm sure even the paved ones are not exactly some flawless. I mean, we all rode on it coming here today. So there's a huge gap, right? Opportunities are born. Problems, basically present opportunities. And this is a huge problem that we're having. So there's an infrastructure issue that needs to be resolved. And then it then spirals down to the point where, because of the lack of public transport or adequate public transport, we're beginning to see a shift into other kinds of means of transport, which is why the motorcycles and tricycles are becoming a thing, because those roads that are not paved offer a challenge to vehicles that are old that we're currently been playing with in the last decade or two. And these smaller vehicles are able to maneuver this terrain effectively, which means when you look at the population of vehicles in Nigeria entirely, you find out that a good chunk of them, about 60% of them, are actually between the two-wheelers and the three-wheelers. And that shift is informed majorly by that lack of infrastructure to support it. Now, when you now think about transiting, we're talking about solving that grid problem. When you think about transiting now to electric, it means it offers yet another infrastructural problem because grid reliability and constraint becomes an issue we need to grapple with. And that then is an interesting conversation because if you think about the Iran conflict, it means we can begin to decentralize charging hubs and clean hubs to support those tricycles and those motorcycles that will be able to do last mile logistics and carry people and commute them within the urban centers. So it's a long journey. I don't think there's any particular one way to solve the problem. We're all going to have to look at it from different perspectives. But the bottom line is for every time that we think about solving it, whichever option that we put on the table has to be efficiently executed and followed through so we can get the value. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. So basically, when we look at when we look at the trade aspect, because I'm mostly going to speak about the aviation sector, is I would normally say infrastructure without efficiency is just expensive real estate. And when you look at aviation, cargo is all about speed. When it comes, how fast they can leave the terminals, how fast they can leave the tarmac, how fast they can get to the consumer. Modernization especially is very, very important in the aviation sector right now. If we look a couple years back at COVID, a lot of the pharmaceutical products that were brought into the country had to be moved as fast as possible unless it gets expired. Do we have the infrastructure and the efficiency for this? Do we have the cold rooms required? Do we have the movement channels? Do we have the, like he's been saying, do we have the rail systems that need to move it from one state to another? We focus a lot on Lagos, but during COVID, you look at people in Kano, you look at people in the east, you look at people in the south. How are we combining all these different infrastructures to create one supply chain? The value is not in the infrastructure, it's in the supply chain. It's in how we move things faster, how we get things to people that need to get them. And that's the opportunity aviation brings. Because when you look at it, the fastest handshake between Nigeria and any country in the world is aviation. You know, you need something, and information is moving so fast nowadays that the supply and the demand channel is at a high. You need something quick, you need to get it to people, and that supply chain channel is what we're then looking at, is how are we constantly improving? And that's where the modernization comes into place, is how fast, how quick, and how efficient are we making that channel move? You know, and that's how we get the value for the money. So the gap and the money that's leaking is in that channel, is how can we basically take that bottleneck and use it to create a support revenue system for the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll still continue by bringing in the cargo handling perspective with you, sir. The Nigerian air freight market has been projected to reach about $8.5 billion by 2032. With a growth rate of about 13% as published, and given SARCO's recent 57% revenue surge, how are you scaling infrastructure specifically for time-sensitive goods like pharmaceuticals, as you have mentioned, which now make up about 60% of medical imports? And how is SARCO going to sustain its position as one of Nigeria's leading ground handling companies?
Thank you for that question. So I like how that question is very direct to SACO as an organization. What we do is we ensure that we're constantly improving and modernizing our fleet. We look into more electrical and EV systems. We're also looking into expanding our cold rooms around nationwide, basically, because now what you're seeing is you're getting more cargo, more flights coming into the north. So we're looking into expanding, you know, cold facilities within that aspect of the country, because then that helps us get things to different areas faster. So with the constant growth you're seeing in pharmaceutical, it's due to the current trust in the Nigerian airway system. So you have more airlines coming into the country, you have more requirements, you have airlines, especially when you look at the East systems, and you look at the Middle East systems, a lot of the airlines that stopped coming into Nigeria are now coming back. If not for this Iran, so those numbers you have might be affected right now by the current Iran-Israel war that's ongoing. But when you look at those channels, you have a lot of airlines coming back into the country, and a lot of them are looking for multi tarmacs to land on, multi stations to land in. And basically what we do to support that system is just constantly improving our cargo system. Also, manpower is a very big factor in that, which is how are we training our staffs to ensure that they can turn around these planes faster, to make sure they can take cargo off the tarmac and get it out to the consignees as fast as possible. So a lot of the financial investment we're putting in is in this different system. They're capital intensive, and that's why we look to financial partners and so on to help with the development of these different sectors of the aviation, ecosystem. Thank you.
If I can just throw in a small question to that, a follow-up, to say that what is SACO's role in also ensuring developing the export market of Nigerian goods using the air transport model?
A lot of the export is heavily dependent on knowledge and infrastructure around the airport system. How does someone you look at like a state like Kogi, you look at places like in the East, Abia and so on, how fast can they move their goods, off to the airports in this different states? Because one thing we also have to look, when you look at export, you look at the demand from the country that the export is being sent out to. You look at fresh produce, which is what is mostly moved by air. The fresh produce can only stay alive for 2-3 days. So if there is any effect in the supply chain, then it becomes an issue we have a lot of goods that are being exported, and when they get to the destination country, they're destroyed. Why? Because the packaging hasn't been done right, or it didn't get off the tarmac as fast as possible. It wasn't gotten to the state. So a lot of the export now relies on knowledge. How are you educating the consignees that are shipping these goods? How is the government supporting it? How is the railway systems? And the railway system becomes a big factor, because how are these goods moved from these different states, to the airports to get out of the country? And that's really where it is. And that's what puts the trust in the airlines to start getting cargo planes in. Because I was talking to someone recently, and I was saying, in Nigeria, we have only 1 or 2 actual dedicated cargo planes. We don't have cargo planes to support the export that we have. So all these things, all these bodies, all these stakeholders in this ecosystem, the government, the customs and so on, the NDLEA and so on, have to support the movement of export out of the country. If that can be put into a very seamless system, then it's faster and the export channel becomes improved drastically. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. So now that we have looked at infrastructure and cargo, I would like to move a bit towards energy. So Mr. Abubakar, reports from Nigerian deck, the flight deck information shows that Jet 1 fuel in recent times, in this month itself, has crossed the benchmark of 2,000 naira to a liter. Experts have also said that fuel can now represent up to 70% of airline operational cost, compared to 40-45% which has been going on. So from Rana's perspective, what structural supply chain changes are needed to prevent such costs, and also supporting domestic carriers to make sure that they continue in the business, at least profitably, if not superbly profitably, but to continue and sustain the business?
So it's interesting that you're not expecting a high percentage of profit. So basically, there are things that we can't control. For example, the clear case of what is going on now in the world, US, Israel, Iran war, is not something within the control of any one individual at the moment. What has happened has happened. The impact is going to be here for quite some time. Now, that does not only impact aviation alone, but generally life as a whole. Now, bringing it down to aviation alone and the energy being the most expensive cost operationally for the airlines, I think a few things can be done. Recently, the federal government introduced the 7.5% VAT. The federal government needs to look inwards to do justice to the local airlines. Otherwise, I kid you not, airlines will be folding up sooner than later. The financials are not looking good at all. Yesterday, I left Kano for Abuja, and we left with about 23 passengers. And the revenue on that is not enough to fuel the aircraft for that sector. So meaning the catering, landing, handling, Sako, and the rest of it, you all have to pay out of pocket, minus on the books. Funny enough, another airline, I won't mention name, with a much bigger aircraft, came around and left with 4 passengers. One engine of that aircraft is more than 2 of the engines on the runway aircraft. So you can imagine how much of losses that is already. And as is now, the Consumer Protection Council is inviting airlines, a few of them that actually charged quite exorbitant prices during the Christmas, New Year Eve, and having them to refund passengers. I don't know what the yardstick is for them to measure which is exorbitant, which is not exorbitant. I have no idea. And I don't know what metrics they are using to say you have to refund XYZ amount. Because your cost of operations may not be what mine is. Depending on the kind of aircraft you operate, your charges are different. Sako will charge you differently from myself if I'm operating a different aircraft. So the first thing I would expect is for the federal government to come in and give out a subsidy, just like during the last regime they did during COVID. So there was a kind of energy, or let me use the right word, Jet A1 subsidy given to the airliners. There are a lot of bottlenecks in terms of taxes, multiple layers of taxes. You pay a 5% regulatory fee to NCAA, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. You pay a 5%, you pay a passenger service charge, you pay a ticket sales charge, then you have to pay for the cargo, you have to pay for excess baggage. So the tax system is not friendly at all. I think in this time and era, the federal government needs to come in to wade in to support the local airlines. Otherwise, those airlines that are intending to come in will be dead before birth. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for that view, but we hope the prediction is not going to work in the direction you're saying. My question to that would be that, knowing that the government has multiple taxation, knowing that financial support is required for an airline to sustain, what are the steps you think an organization like yourself is ready to take or is planning to take to ensure that that happens, not just for Rano, but across all domestic airlines, to be able to come and say, this is what we require, and this is how we can sustain? Because as you rightly said, folding up is the last option, but it's not too far in foresight.
You're absolutely correct. So the first thing first is talking to the regulators, the NCAA, FAN, and then the Federal Consumer Protection Council also, and then through the Ministry of Aviation, because we honestly, genuinely need the ears of the government, right? Quite a number of times you try going to talk, you as an individual or as an airline operator, you don't get the listening ear. You come together as a community united, one objective, one goal, you might be listened to. Now, that is another area where we're all failing as operators. We have the AON, the Airlines Operators of Nigeria. How effective it is, I think it is next to zero. Very ineffective. We deceive ourselves a lot of the time. We will sit down together, we'll agree on what to do, how to do it, and then once we leave the room, everybody is doing his village things. That is the reality. I'm trying to backstab you thinking I am competing with you. I'm not doing something enticing, something that the passengers, the populace will appreciate, but instead I'm trying to blackmail you, tempt you, trying to block a certain permit that you need behind the doors. So as airliners, we need to be united. When we are united, we can approach the government with one voice and we'll be listened to. Until that is done, we'll all continue. You know, like there is this analogy, crab in a basket syndrome. One crab is trying to go out of the basket and another one is trying to trample on it and will pull it back in. So that is exactly what the airline operators are doing to one another. And that is not healthy. That is not healthy competition. And if you do not come together, align yourselves, have a common goal and objective, the government will keep playing around with you and eventually folding up might be the option.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So now, bringing us to ground reality, I would like to pose a question to you, sir, Mr. Alfred. Sinotrucks, through the Dangote Sinotruck joint venture, is currently the only assembler in Nigeria with the capacity to produce approximately 10,000 units and above annually. With the recent removal of fuel subsidy, not very recent, but recent enough, we have seen a massive shift towards CNG and for heavy-duty trucks, which can reduce operational costs by approximately 45%. How is Sinotruck scaling its local assembly to meet this sudden surge in demand for the vehicles you all are producing? And what more can government do to support your local manufacturing over importation of similar vehicles?
Okay, thank you very much. In 2014, the federal government introduced the industrial policy, to encourage local assembly of vehicles. And that policy encouraged so many of us to build assembly plants, and we've done that. But there has been a lot of policy reversal during the last administration. There are no fiscal incentive currently, and what has happened is that many of the assembly activities have slowed down, and though there is capacity, we hardly assemble because there are no fiscal incentive bringing in a fully built vehicle as against assembling. Some of us still assemble quite a number, but to the question of moving from fossil fuel to clean energy, Sinotruck has been in the forefront, and for the last 3 to 4 years, we've sold as a group, as in the Sinotruck group, over 6,000 trucks, to the Nigerian market, and that is a lot of, movement as against the former scenario where we had, almost 100% of the trucks running on fossil fuel. What that has done is to engender other investment along that value chain. So we have a lot of stations coming up, selling and dispensing compressed natural gas and liquefied natural gas, for vehicles in the commercial area. And currently we are looking at, before the end of this year, to move it to EV trucks. And there have been a number of them that ran on the road, in recent years. But then we are going to start from the distribution trucks, EV trucks, and that will also help a lot with this unpredictable world economy that we face. We need to find ourselves in a place where you can find some level of stability. And we believe EV trucks will go a long way, to help in this regard. Thank you.
So if I could just, one line there, with the current situation of power supply, how do you see the scalability not being interrupted, and how are you going to overcome that?
Okay, so we are looking at starting from the distribution angle. When I say distribution, that is intra-city distribution. And the strategy we are planning is to be able to look at the manufacturing companies because they produce their goods overnight. And there's a lot of power generated while they produce their goods. We believe those vehicles, will be able to find the power they need to run during the day while goods are being produced. That is the strategy.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Beyond aviation, fuel, global transport, and moving forward to cleaner energy, once more, I would like you all to please give a round of applause to Kore for achieving a certification and recognition by the Guinness Book of World Record. Right? Before I get into that, so Nigeria has seen about approximately 400% rise in EV adoption in the last 6 years. However, we only see not more than 20,000 vehicles on the road that are EV run. However, with the Green Mobility Bill that has been passed in 2025, mandating chargers at fuel stations should be installed. How does Kore help and how will they help bridge this gap to ensure that commercial operators who actually believe that there is a 50 to 70% saving on fuel by switching to electrical, how are you all going to, or how do you all plan to bridge that gap?
Okay, thank you. That's a very interesting question. It's packed with a lot of, I'm going to try to decouple it as much as I can. So one thing that the transition to clean mobility in Nigeria has done is the fact that it has altered the total cost of ownership equation for transport. And if there's any takeaway that I would get excited about with the Iran conflict is that equation still favors electric as much as possible, because what it means is not the incentive to want to look for that alternative has now come to fore. And just like you said, the number of electric vehicles in Nigeria, which includes everything from two-wheelers to three-wheelers to four-wheelers and any other heavy duty, if there are any such, are still paltry compared to the total number of vehicles that we have in Nigeria. For instance, the 2018 estimate says there are about 11.6 million vehicles in Nigeria. I mean, if we project it with a gross, a CARG of 5% every year since 2018 till now, we should be netting about 17 to 18 million vehicles on the road. But the takeaway we can take from here is that electric vehicles has jumped, by more than 100% from 2024 till now. We've got about over 20,000. That's what estimates suggest. The opportunity here is the fact that because that electric vehicle ecosystem is just building out and it's very nascent, the opportunities are very limited in the sense of how it would roll out. For instance, electric vehicle opportunities will start with like I mentioned, electrification of the two-wheelers and the three-wheelers. And that is because they form the backbone of the logistic travel, and delivery services and human commute within the last mile of the houses where people live. And aside that, these vehicles are smaller in capacity, so their batteries are pretty small and the amount of energy they require is not significant. It then translates into the fact that you can also charge them using decentralized renewable energy, basically solar. And then the cost of investment, capital investment into buying this particular asset is much lower. So if the opportunity, for the opportunity to increase the transition to electric vehicle, the two-wheelers and the three-wheelers will be the first point of call. The second port of call, and that's exactly where, so just to cap it off, what Kore has done in that space is deploy about over 2,000 tricycles around the country. We started about 2 or 3 years ago with the 120 that we deployed first to Kano, and then we moved to Niger with 1,000, we moved to Ilorin with 700, we're in Ibadan with 100, and we're moving around the country as much as we can. These vehicles are brought in as SKDs and assembled at the location where we want to deploy them, and then we've found some innovative models that allows us to basically lower the adoption of the vehicle. So basically what we've done is to decouple the cost of the batteries and the cost of the vehicle. By so doing, the operators, the commercial fleet operators, will be able to afford the vehicles with financing from Sterling Bank or Alternative Bank, which is within the Sterling Holdco. Now, what this has done is to increase the adoption and allow more people to have access to these vehicles and run them. It's cheaper for them to run because cost of powering a vehicle with electricity is far cheaper than the cost of powering it with fuel, and it's a no-brainer. The second opportunity that would also help that transition is the integration of renewable energy and off-grid solutions. Nigeria has a peculiar situation. Most emerging countries have, grappling with electricity in some way or the other. We've got installed capacity of 13 gigawatts of electricity and only can operationalize less than a third of that capacity. However, we've got 14 gigawatts that is available off-grid, powered basically by petrol and diesel. And then put solar into the mix, you've got maybe another 2, 3, 4, 5% of solar that is coming into that mix. What this means is, like I mentioned earlier, anytime there's a problem, there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity for us to power this revolution for electric vehicles, not necessarily from the grid. And the vehicle type, which I mentioned earlier, fits that situation perfectly, because then you can then decentralize charging and allow the vehicles to come in, pick batteries, and then run with them. The other opportunity, the next opportunity that's available for the adoption of these vehicles would be for ride-hailing, where commercial fleets can have a go. And you'd see recently electric vehicles that are coming into the ride-hailing space. When you order from any of the popular retail brands, you see that they pop up. In particular, there's Cab Zero. Now, these vehicles are far cheaper in sense of the operations OPEX, because basically what we're doing is to have these vehicles perform the exact thing that the equivalents would do, but they're using cheaper energy to do so. And the vehicles are pretty much very different because the technology is different. You can layer some level of technology and collect your money digitally and monitor the vehicles and the drivers. You can monitor driver behavior with your dash cam installed and all of the other innovations that allows you to keep an eye on the drivers, because they are the sticky spot right in the middle. The last opportunity that exists will be alternative fueling. And we talked about grid already. Now we talk about electrification. And this conversation here is a bit tricky, and because it might not align with some of the guys in the room, in the sense that the ultimate goal would be to electrify the transport sector, basically. And all of the bills passed, the energy bill, the one you referred to in 2025, has a mandate that says automakers should establish, assembly plants within 3 years and source locally for components for those vehicles, 30% of those vehicles by 2030. That's an ambitious plan. It means we are on the road to domestic industrialization of that sector of the economy. But CNG, alternative fuels like CNG, offers a pragmatic transitional solution, because while we're on the road to electrifying the transport sector, they can provide the sort of fueling that is required for mass transit, that is required for freight, heavy-duty freight. And this would fuel the economy up until the point where we're able to figure out that technology enough to replace them. All right. So for Corey, our job is to provide an ecosystem, integrated ecosystem, that allows not just the vehicles to be able to charge, but to access after-sales support and all of it that is required to work. If you're operating within the electric vehicle ecosystem, you cannot just pick one product offering. You're likely to be at the mercy of the others. So the way Corey has played it is to play an ecosystem play. Have the charging, have the vehicles, have the after-sales support, and ensure that you can layer collections so that the entire ecosystem is within your control and you can get the values out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please. Do encourage the panelists. They've spent as much time as you have over here, and everyone must be equally hungry. So, yeah, we've come to the end of it. Before I go to the closing statement, I would like to know if we have room for about 3 minutes for 2 questions on the higher side, or even if 1. So any questions? Yes, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Anibogu. I am the MD of Bit Brothers Communication. We are renewable energy professionals from the East. I came into Lagos for this program from Anambra in particular. We are partners with Imperium with Korea, and then Sterling Bank is our financial institution. My question is this. I've been in the renewable energy business this is the 9th year now, and we have one particular problem. And that problem is moving solar panels from Lagos to the East. You can move one lithium battery with as low as 30,000 as at 2 years ago. But right now, we are moving one lithium battery with as much as 80,000 naira. And this business, you don't make much profit. You move one solar panel with as much as 15,000 for one. In fact, there was a project we are supposed to do, a mini grid. We had this plan with Imperium, and they're supposed to supply us solar panels, right? We kept on looking for logistics, cheaper logistics, and that project did not hold. In fact, I went further to now say, I am not going to be paying these people again. Let me buy my own logistic bus. I bought shuttle buses for something $4,000 so to move products for me from Lagos to the East. But I found out that the logistic sector is even worse. There are problems along the way, problem with the driver and everything. And I asked them, in fact, currently I packed everything. I sold one today. So the question now is, since we are now moving gradually from fuel to clean energy, question is for Mr. Akin, what is Corel doing in this logistics sector to provide EV vehicles that will be affordable to move goods like solar panels from Lagos to the East? Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. So Corey is not into logistics. I need to first state that part. It's a tricky part, but it's not into logistics. However, I had mentioned earlier that for long haul and mass transit, heavy duty freight, CNG could offer a solution for moving this sort of goods from one part of the country to the other, and then relatively cheaper compared to if you had to use diesel or petrol. If by the time the technology for electric vehicles come to the point where we are able to figure out the batteries for those sort of long haul travel, then yes, we would solve that problem effectively. And trust me, Corey will be in the forefront of it. But as it is, the guys you should be talking to are the guys who have trucks that can be powered by CNG, because that exactly is what they're intended for. I hope I've helped.
I hope you have received some response of satisfaction. Yes,
So
please.
let me just chip into his answer again. So a possibility for partnership exists. You identify current transport companies that are operating those routes, go into partnerships with them, whereby they will provide you with transportation for your goods. And when they need to buy solar system as a whole, you give them discounts also. Or when they bring or recommend someone to you, you also give them some percentages. And that way you will realize that you're better off having the partnership than paying out of pocket completely. In fact, with some, you might even have some credit facility at certain level to allow you, okay, go ahead, install, get your revenue first before you make payment. There are big travel companies, because I know someone that does this exactly. He's a Felicity, I think, representative up north in Kano, because you can't carry the lithium batteries by air since they're dangerous goods. He has partnerships, and these partnerships are heavily paying off for him with the transport companies. So instead of paying maybe 80,000 naira for a piece of one lithium battery, you might end up paying about 15,000 they are breaking even. And sometimes instead of saying, okay, that company will carry just your goods alone, it will be a whole lot of other people's goods combined with yours, but all will be safe. So just a thought from my is.
Thank you. Okay. So I think, okay, there is one more question. I think we'll just stick to the last question. I have a timeline being set for me.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vika. I head operations for DCO Kika. DCO Kika is one of the major players in the cement distribution. And so I'm a direct customer of Sinotruck. I'm sure he knows my business name. So currently in my industry, because of the nature of our business, we rely a lot on diesel to move our trucks, Sino trucks, which we use largely. So the transition to CNG it was good in the beginning, but as somebody who is currently in the industry, we have an issue with how many refueling or gas stations that provide CNG across the country. So what it looks like for us is you go to Sinotruck, fantastic truck, you buy a CNG truck, but then what it means for my business is I have to pick and choose where in the country those trucks can go to. A diesel truck can go to the ends of the earth because I can find diesel anywhere. But for CNG, that is different. Now, from this forum, I'm hearing him saying, Sinotruck is going to be looking at EV trucks, right? So my question is, for CNG trucks, for my business, it's almost being a clog in the wheel. So I'm asking, is Sinotrucks going to be also involved in providing charging stations when those trucks come? Because you go to the banks, you take financing to buy these trucks, and you're expected to do a number of deliveries and all of that in a month to make sure you're paying back the banks and you're lifting enough cement from Dangote, from Boa, and all the other guys. So would that be something I would also need to worry about? Because right now, the reality on ground is, for myself and most of other colleagues of mine in that space, most of us are looking at going back to diesel. In fact, sales for those are dropping. So my question is, would they also be largely involved in providing supports in that sector in terms of charging these trucks and all of that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, DC Okeka. Very good customer. Sterling Bank is doing a good job bringing all of us together. Basically, we are thinking ahead of all of that. There is a presidential CNG initiative, and they are rolling out more CNG stations. That is one answer, and that is one solution. But for the EVs, what we've decided is to start with intra-city. We are not going intercity for now because of this problem you've talked about. So we are going to be doing within city. But much more than that, we are also, before the end of this year, you can count on this, we are going to be bringing vehicles that can use both CNG and diesel, so that when you run out of one source of power, you will switch automatically to the next source of power. They will be landing in the country before the end of the year. Thank you.
That is indeed an immediate solution. So just before we close and before we end this, starting from you, Mr. Babatunde, 30 seconds, if you all can put together your thoughts, and we will definitely need a response on this, how do you see, or what should be the expectation of everyone listening here, the situation of the Nigerian mobility and transport ecosystem in the next 5 years, with all the bottlenecks that have been mentioned? Where do we see it?
I think a successful Nigerian modernization of trade and in the aviation sector, to me, in the next 5-10 years, is a situation where Nigeria becomes a cargo hub for other West African countries where things can be imported and exported to different African countries, and a full decarbonization of that system, making it energy safe for the world. Thank you.
So one of the things we must go away with is that energy transition is real, and we must all start thinking of transitioning. It's not something far away anymore. I'm sure quite a number of people came here with EVs, and this is something we must start thinking of. And also to begin to look at the fact that in a highly disrupted world, this is the inevitable reality that we'll face. Thank you.
I certainly see more airlines being floated in Nigeria, and I hope that there will be a lot more friendlier, more technologically advanced aircrafts, more fuel-efficient aircrafts in the system. And in terms of the academics of the aviation industry, I hope that the Nigerian College of Aviation Technology that is being decentralized will be able to cater for all of Africa, not just Nigeria, all the training needs, from basic piloting, basic aircraft engineering, to simulators for the qualified proficient pilots.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just a quick survey. Has anyone ridden in an electric vehicle in this room? Electric tricycle, taxi, car? Anybody? Okay, this is a fair number. When I asked this question 2 years ago at an event, I got just very few people indicating that they've tried it before. And I mentioned then to them that they will be riding their first electric vehicle in less than a year. What I'm going to say now is that right now we've got about 20,000 electric vehicles estimated. In 5 years, we'll have over 1 million electric vehicles crawling the streets of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Kano. And that's not because we don't have electricity, not because we don't have good roads, but because we're going to devise innovative renewable energy solutions that will allow us to charge them, not using any of the models that have been done in the Western world, because the situation in Nigeria is peculiar to us. Solution to it is peculiar to us. We're going to find a way of getting around to it, and that is what we'll see in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This has been an amazing round of insights that we have got, and we have got good promises. Of course, I belong to the downstream sector of the aviation industry. We are called travel agents, in simple words, or travel consultants. And one of the things that I see here is that, of course, with all the insights we have got, the opportunity is significant, but everything needs to be realigned, and we need to unlock the thought process of aligning ourselves, collaborating with the downstream, with the midstream, with the upstream, to ensure that each sector that we find ourselves in is able to benefit and able to contribute back to Nigeria as a nation to ensure infrastructure, logistics, transportation, and aviation all put together is beneficial to the users, not to the providers alone, because currently it is the providers market that we are living in, and we need to concentrate more from the information that we have got. We need to concentrate more on the end users. The affordability of air is only going to, you will see full aircrafts only when air becomes affordable to the end user. And for that, what you need to do with the government is all the discussions and the points you all have mentioned. And I'm hoping in 5 years' time, each one of us here should be part of the 1 million vehicles on the road that we are going to be sitting in and owning one, hopefully. Right? So thank you all for your time. Thank you all for being here. And please do give them a big round of applause for being here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our panelists and our moderator for an excellent conversation. Time flies when you're having fun. Who agrees with that statement? I understand that the statement is competing with hunger, so I may not get as much joy, but I want to believe that we've all had a fantastic time during this summit, and for a first of its kind, the conversations have been enriching and truly valuable. As we wrap up, as we come to the end of the event, I'm trying to see if I can spot, yes, our host is here. Before we wrap that up, I'd like to thank you all for being a willing audience. It takes a lot to hold your attention for an entire day, and I certainly hope that it has been worth it. My name is Uti Elu, and it's been an absolute pleasure to host this event today. But before we close, I would like to call on our executive in charge of renewable energy and transport. If you haven't spoken to him today, time's running out. He's a very important man to speak to. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Darlington Wankwo for the closing remarks. A round of applause for him as he comes up to the stage. Let's keep clapping. He's the reason for the season.
Thank you so much, Uti. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just rest on existing protocols. So for us, we're overjoyed and very happy with the kind of guests that we have here today. Uti was being humble when she said, you guys have been very attentive from the beginning of the event up until now. I think it's even beyond that. With the sort of questions that we have seen from the room, with the sort of engagements that I personally have had with so many people out of this room, I'm encouraged. But you see, a lot have been discussed here today. We've spoken about infrastructural gaps. We've spoken about e-mobility and what they're doing. Our friend from Sinotruck has brightened us up on some of the things and some of the plans that they have. So there's been a lot of development here today. But it doesn't end here. It actually starts from here. For us, we are willing partners. We see ourselves as more than financiers. We do not see ourselves as just banks or any other bank. We believe in leading these sort of conversations. And I believe that's why we are convening this today, to make sure that we position our country as a leading logistic hubs. Someone the other time said for West Africa, but I think we should begin to think beyond West Africa. It should be more of sub-Saharan Africa. Do you agree with me? A round of applause for yourself. So as we wrap up, I want to thank you specially on behalf of Sterling Bank from the bottom of my heart for not just being here, but also contributing richly to the event. Like I said, we've had people from academia, we've had people from development institutions, we've had other colleagues from financial services, we've had people from the private sector, just name it. And we appreciate each and every one of them. Our friends from Lagos State Government, and then our partners as well, Carverton Group, Core Mobilities, Sterling One Foundation, EV Mass Transit, and so many of you that I'm sure probably would have also sponsored and supported this event, probably if you knew beforehand. Don't worry, we'll be reaching out to you for 2.0 next year. But permit me to say thank you very much, and we wish you well. As you begin to move towards your destinations, we pray that you also get your destination in one piece. Now, lastly, we have a due room. Once you step out here to the left, yeah, of course, there's also a lunch room to the right, but we have a due room to the left. So for some of our private companies and some businesses here present that would like to also have conversations with us please feel free to engage us in the deal room. We'll be waiting for you in the deal room. Come, let's talk about your ideas. Let's hear it directly from you. Let's see what you're thinking. Let's see what you're coming up with. And then we'll also be able to profile solutions on how we can finance, and even beyond financing, develop those strategies and those ideas together. Thank you very much, and do have a blessed day.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We've indeed come to the end of the event. So just to say that there's lunch being served. So once you come out of the rooms, there's a door on your right where you had the tea break earlier. Lunch is being served. And of course, as Darlington said, the deals room will be on your left. So thank you. We hope that this was a fantastic event and experience. Do have a lovely day.